All right, can we get started? All right, good afternoon. Welcome to the Glendale City Council Workshop Session of October 27th, 2020. Meeting is called to order. I'll conduct a attendance roll call. Please signify that you're here by saying present. Councilmember Ildama?
Present.
Councilmember Clark? Councilmember Hugh?
Here.
Councilmember Tomachoff?
Here.
Councilmember Turner?
Present.
Vice Mayor?
Present.
I'm present. Councilmember Clark didn't have her microphone on, but she is here.
Here, yeah, now I've got it on.
So we have a quorum and everyone's present. Ms. Bauer, would you take us into item number 1, please?
Employee performance management.
Mayor, members of the council, here to provide the first staff report for today is presented by Jim Brown, our Director of Human Resources and Risk Management.
Thank you, Kevin. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. The purpose of the presentation that I'm going to provide for you today is really to give information on where the city has been with our employee performance and what we've done then to align that with our balanced scorecard, our organizational strategic plan, and then what to expect as we move forward with our performance management process. So we'll go through those things today, and then certainly we'll be taking your feedback and answering any questions that you've got. So for starters, I just kind of want to revisit where we've been as an organization with regard to performance management. We had a performance management process that had been in place. I know since before I came here, but my understanding is it was prior to 2000. And so that performance review process incorporated for the city, for that time, the city's competencies and some other items, goal setting and other items that the city found necessary, again, for the time that was in place. And as far as pay for performance was concerned, the city did have pay for performance up until 2008. And at that time, with the downturn, the city went through 5 years of the recession. There were no pay adjustments in that 5-year period. And then around 2014, we conducted a compensation study, and then we went about the work of trying to bring our pay scale and our employee pay up to the market. And that's when we saw the 2.5% increases implemented, as well as the market study process. So that's kind of where we've been. And historically, with our performance management system, what we had in that process, we had essentially 4 performance ratings for employees. We had a does not meet expectations, a needs improvement, a meets expectations, and an exceeds expectations. And so when merit pay was in effect, and again, this is prior to 2008, it was based on where the employee landed in terms of their performance expectations. So there were those 4 categories. Essentially, as far as the process was concerned, in terms of how did that materialize throughout the course of the fiscal year, basically on July 1st is when the bulk of the work was done in the performance management process. About 80% of the work is done at the very beginning in July-August time frame, where the supervisors would meet with the employees, set the goals and the competency expectations. And again, we had encouraged and still do supervisors to meet with their employees on a regular basis, but then there's a formal midpoint check-in, and that's done around December, January of each year, where the supervisor reviews performance with the employee to determine if they're on track or if there are areas that they need to improve. And then, of course, then mid-June, springtime is when the annual review is completed. And then if there were any pay increases, those were handled through the budget process and applied on July 1st. So that was essentially the process that was being followed. Now, with the implementation of the balanced scorecard, what that's bringing into our organization, or what it's brought into our organization, is the ability now to align our performance management system with our city's balanced scorecard. We implemented the balanced scorecard just a few years ago, and we've been working to align our processes internally with that plan and with that scorecard. And what it's bringing, again, is that organizational alignment with our processes, more measurable results, and also linking it into resources, the things that we need to move forward as an organization and to be successful. And those resources come to the council via the budget process, and again, are linked to the overall organizational strategy. And then certainly the council had worked through the revision of the mission, values, and the vision of the city. And the balanced scorecard also has those key results areas, and I'll talk about those here in just a second. I'll talk about them right now. So there you see the balanced scorecard for the city, the strategy map that we've created for the city. And specifically, you see the 4 perspectives that are in there: our community, our finances, our processes, and our organization, right in the middle. Now, the focus of this presentation is really going to be on the 4th perspective, and that's the organizational perspective. And essentially, as you look at those little bubbles that are in that, that column there, you see the very end one there, strengthen workforce development. And that's the strategic objective that we're going to be focusing on when we talk about performance management. So what we did was essentially began the work of aligning our performance management system, again, with the values and the things that you see in this particular scorecard. So basically what was done at this point is we went out and Chief Terry Garrison and myself were responsible for that, strengthening the workforce development strategic objective. And so we put together what was called basically a theme team. And that team was made up of other employees within the organization, specifically those that were a part of that theme team, and I'll name them, and some of them I think may be here with us in the audience. But certainly Chief Garrison and I were the owners of that strategic objective. And then we had, as members of that, were Kyle White from Public Facilities, Recreation, and Special Events Department. We had Michelle Yates, who's, I believe, with us, from Community Services. We had Simon Lara from Field Operations, who was on that team. We had Carrie Sheward and Shannon Rodriguez from the Human Resources Risk Management Department. They were also part of that, that theme team to focus on strengthening workforce development. And the initiatives, as we worked with that team, the initiatives that came out of that were critical to this particular objective were, one, that our employee skills and competencies matched the needs of the organization, and 2, that employees have opportunities for development. And again, the development, the first initiative went directly alignment with the second initiative. We had to identify those key competencies before we could develop opportunities for development for the employees. So we went about the job with this group to really go through that first initiative, and I'll take you through the results of that as we go into the next slide. You know, with regard to developing the competency piece, which is really the key piece of this that matched the organizational needs, we knew that as we discussed this and we went through a process with this group, we knew that the technical skill sets were pretty much already there for a lot of our employees. In other words, if I'm an equipment operator, the technical pieces of that, I've got to be able to operate, you know, a forklift, a backhoe, those kind of things that are technical in nature. We know that they come with those skill sets. The piece that we worked to develop were those competency pieces, those softer skills. For example, you know, can they work well together, you know, with a team? Are their communication skills honed in? Do they understand who their customer is? I mean, those kind of things are the things that we discussed when it came to the competencies. And those were the things that we worked on then as a team to develop. So again, the process that we came up with was to build that competency model, and then to incorporate those competencies, and then to assess where the gaps in the organization were. So the process that we used to come up with that competency model that we just discussed was we went out and we put together a team of facilitators. We trained them on facilitation, basic facilitation, And then we deployed them out into the organization, and they encountered over 100 employees in focus groups that participated with this. And they went through and asked them a series of questions, got their feedback in terms of what are the competencies that are critical for this organization to be successful. And again, we engaged, or this group, these facilitators engaged our focus groups employees at all levels. And you can see in the picture here, these are some of the actual flip chart writings that you see on here that our facilitators created. That, you know, they've got all the different colors, the circles, all the things that they were trained on in terms of how to facilitate these sessions. And we have a few, I know we have some of our facilitators with us in this presentation right now, but those facilitators, I want to name them. They were Kyle White from Parks, Facilities, Recreation, and Special Events. It was Michelle Yates, again, from Community Services. We also, from Water Services, we had Carrie Logan, Joanne Toms, and Angela Ruffalo that were part of that facilitation team. We had from Fire, Liz Cortez and Kyle Zeider that were representing that department, but going out and helping facilitate. We had Jay O'Neill, that was a facilitator from Police. We had Ernie Ruiz from Field Ops. We had Chris Phelps from the court. We had James Milanese from Engineering Department. And we had, again, from HR, we had Carrie Schubert and Shannon Rodriguez. So these folks put a lot of time and effort into this. They not only did they have to balance their own jobs on a day-to-day basis and keep up with that, but then they also had to go through training to be a facilitator and then go out, and each of them did multiple groups, multiple focus groups, and came out with the results that we're going to be sharing with you here in just a second.
Mayor, I have a question. You indicate over 100 employees participated, and you read the names of some of them. And they all tend to be, from what I could recognize, either supervisory or administrative. Out of that 100, how many sanitation truck drivers were included, or someone who goes out and repairs a pothole on a street? How many of the line personnel out of that 100 were represented?
Mayor and Council Member Clark, we've got a list of everyone who participated in those focus groups, and unfortunately I don't have it in front of me, but there were multiple employees from that level that you're just talking about right now, from that foundational level, that were involved in these focus groups and in participating. I would say probably a larger percentage of those. We also touched base with the supervisors and others, and we had a separate group of supervisors that we talked with, but this was really going out to the masses, to the line level and employees in every department within the organization.
I would appreciate seeing that list.
Sure.
And identification of those who represent line employees and those who did not. Thank you.
Absolutely. So after engaging the focus groups and then coming back and working through the results of that, again, and I'll reiterate this, I think we kind of just talked about it, but they went out, these levels of focus groups, the levels of focus groups included our field frontline employees, which were equipment operators, customer service representatives, park rangers, firefighters, police officers. It included our supervisors, our frontline supervisors and leads. It included our technical and professional groups, which were our program managers, management assistants, specialists, that type of position. It included managers and also the executive management team. So we also did a specific group with all of the directors and above as well. So we touched every single level of employee within the organization in this process. And the results of that, we were able to pull out 8 key competencies that were deemed to be very critical to the success of the organization. And based on the discussions that we had, the team wanted to call these factors success factors instead of competencies, which to them made a whole lot more sense in terms of what do we need to do to be successful as an organization. Our employees need to have these 8 things. So I'll go through these, and then we'll talk about some examples and what it looks like at different levels within the organization. But the 8 success factors that were that were come up with in this process: personal accountability and integrity, team building / collaborative relationship building, effective communication, continuous learning and development, commitment to service excellence, innovation, leadership, and organizational awareness. Now, these 8 success factors were taken and then applied to, what do they look like for somebody in a very foundational position, and what do they look like for somebody that might be in a management level role? So we went through further and broke that down for it to be a little bit more meaningful. And there's a highlight under that in the middle column there in the second slot, and that doesn't mean anything. I don't know why it's there, so just ignore it. But let's, for example, here's what some examples of these success factors would look like. So if I'm in let's say a foundational position, you've seen the red across the top. These represent the type of position you may be in. So if I'm a customer service representative, or if I'm an equipment operator, or if I'm doing a job like that, that's considered a foundational level. So in those jobs, if I have one of those jobs throughout the organization, these are the common things that would be expected of me for me to be able to be successful. And again, it goes beyond my technical skills, but this is into more of the softer skill sets. First, I have to represent the city in a highly professional and positive manner. So it's that personal accountability and integrity. So I understand my job, I'm doing my job well, I'm representing in a professional manner, I have a positive attitude, those types of things. I have to incorporate team building and collaborative relationships. And for me as a foundational employee, what does that look like? Well, it looks like having an open and approachable manner. It looks like me treating others fairly and respectfully within the workplace. And then you go on down to the effective communicator. What does that look like? I actively listen with an intent to understand the other person's point of view. I have to be, again, coachable. And I'm slipping to the next slide there, but also have to be committed to service excellence. In other words, I'm responding to all the customer needs. I know who my customer is. I'm responding to the needs in a seamless manner. And seamless means that I'm not sending them off to another person to get help. If they come to me, I'm going to be working to get answers for them. And I'm going to do that in a timely manner. So that commitment to service excellence. And also, we expect all of our employees to be innovative. They're actively looking for ways to improve processes and practices as they exist today, making them better and better. And then identifying those areas where we can take new approaches. So with a foundational level employee, so again, this is as I first come into the organization, these aren't folks that are supervising people. They're responsible for what's in their job description. They're doing on a day in, a day out basis. Across the organization, regardless of what department I'm in, these are the things that will be in my job description. These are the things that'll be in my performance review. These are the things that I'll develop and grow in, and that I'll be assessed on. And they're critical for me to be successful in the role that I play. Now, hopefully that's understandable that that's a foundational level position, right? We talked about customer service reps or, that type of level of position. Well, let's, if I'm in a higher level position, let's say I'm a manager, so let's skip 2 boxes over to the manager block there, column. So if I'm a manager with these 8 success factors, not only under personal accountability and integrity do I have to exhibit what's in the foundational area, I also have to exhibit what's in the professional and supervisory area. So I have to, obviously represent the city in a highly professional manner. I have to hold myself accountable and others. But then I also have to demonstrate the highest level of ethics and act as a role model. So what does that mean? That means if somebody I supervise is struggling with an ethical dilemma, I should be able to guide that person into the right decision. That's my responsibility as a manager. I have to have that level of competency in the area of personal accountability and integrity to be able to be successful in the job that I do. So that's, hopefully that makes sense. It just cascades up with all of these different factors that you see here. So another example under team building and collaborative relationships. As a manager, I'll have to enlist active employee participation from everybody. So that means I'm inclusive. That means I'm including everybody. I'm holding them accountable. I'm bringing them in. I'm making sure they understand what it is that they need to do. I'm a good team builder. Not only that, but I have to demonstrate the other two examples of what you see in that with the foundational and professional and supervisory as well. So it just goes down the list. And with managers, obviously, I'll go to that next slide. They have all 8. So you get into leadership and organizational awareness, they're going to have to demonstrate those success factor competencies components as well. And an example, again, in leadership would be that they empower their staff. They give employees latitude to make decisions. And they make sure first that they understand their job and they're trained, but they give them that latitude to operate. And then they're able also, with organizational awareness, they're able to link the city's mission, vision, values to the everyday work that their employees are doing. So they have that understanding that what they do today impacts the organization as a whole and makes a difference.
Mayor,
Go ahead.
2 more questions. One has to do with bias. I think one of the problems why there has always been reluctance to have supervisors perhaps rate those under them is that there are times when there is, quite frankly, maybe personality bias. Might have nothing to do with race, color, creed, gender, but for some reason 2 people don't get along and one supervises the other. How does all of this compensate for any built-in bias that a supervisor might have toward an employee? That's question 1. Question 2, in everything I've seen in the past 4 years, we always value innovation very highly. And I, too, value innovation. But if we value innovation so highly, one of the best ways that I know to stimulate innovation is to offer a monetary reward. Why does the city not offer a monetary reward if an employee, especially if it's an line employee, comes up with a new widget or a new way to do something that saves the city maybe $10,000? Why wouldn't we award that employee 10%, $1,000
Mr.
that
Phillips.
we're saving? I mean, those are the 2 questions I have. Why do we not offer any monetary reward for innovation? And how do we ensure that there is no bias in the evaluation of people under a supervisor?
So Mayor, members of the council, so Councilmember Clark, you're kind of jumping ahead of where we're at right this second. We're going to talk about our reviews and our incentive packages. So that's coming up later in this. What we're really talking about here, and the takeaway for the council should be that we looked at what those competencies should be instilled at every level of the organization for us to achieve the outcomes we want to have. And it's different for every level. And so maybe by way of example, I know Jim gave some, but if we just take one, if we looked at continuous learning, and let's say you drive one of our solid waste trucks. We don't expect our drivers to be out there doing, looking for innovative new technologies, for example. What we want of our drivers is to be coachable so we can find more efficiency in terms of how we operate the vehicles, how we operate our vehicles more safely and more economically. So that core competency at that level is strictly just we want them to be coachable. The manager has to be obviously coachable because he has a supervisor as well, but the supervisor has to come in and to be able to be a good communicator. We don't necessarily need tremendous communication skills for the driver. They've got a lot of things they're paying attention to while they're doing their job, but the minute you go into a supervisory position, you need to also start adding in the communication skill set and to be able to be a good trainer. Oddly enough, people who have lots of knowledge don't always make good trainers. So we want that to be a core competency that when you elevate to a level of a supervisor, that we're working with that person on their communication skills and that we're working on how they train people. Then when you get into the manager's part, it says remove obstacles. This is where the critical thinking starts coming in. This is where we want our managers really looking at, and I'll use solid waste again, looking at, are there new technologies out there, new types of equipment, new types of routes, new routing software? It could be a whole host of things that we want them to look at, because that's, as you get to be a manager, we want a certain amount of your core competency to be seeing the big picture. Again, we don't want a driver necessarily seeing the big picture when they're operating a 50,000-pound truck in neighborhoods where there are children playing and where there are, cars parked. So the manager, that's a little bit different situation. We want that manager now not only to be coachable, not only to be able to be a good communicator and to be able to be a good trainer, we want them also spending time and having a skill set that starts looking forward into the organization to see how we can improve the organization. So the phase we're in right here is just really talking about the core competencies at each level, because once we understand these competencies, we can then put individual initiatives in place to help moving our employees so they're all fitting into these correctly. We will be talking a little bit here about innovation, about ways we can incent our employees, and that is kind of coming up here in a few minutes.
Thank you. At some point, and so I will ask you at some point, you will delve into the question of how do you remove bias?
Well, Mayor, if I could. So I understand your question, and I absolutely have seen that as the HR director here. I have seen those things occur. Now, one of the things that I would say is, too, our managers and supervisors need to be held accountable. And that's part of this. So if you look, for example, under executives, the very far right, and then you go down to leadership, we expect all of our executive level, director level, to create a positive work culture where all staff are motivated, where they're all empowered to do a good job. Now, I can tell you, if I'm an employee and a supervisor has bias against me in my performance review, I'm probably not going to be very motivated. I'm probably not going to be very empowered to do positive work. So that is the responsibility of every single director within this organization to look down into their organization and ensure that those types of things, if they're happening, we're able to go in and correct those. Now, the employees in the process of a performance management, let's say they're getting a performance evaluation, they have an opportunity to write a rebuttal to that evaluation. They certainly have an opportunity to speak to the, we would hope, and I do know all of our directors have an open door policy, and they can go in and employees can speak to them as well. And it's their responsibility to make sure that if there is an issue, that it's dealt with. And is it perfect? I don't know of a performance management system that I've ever seen that's perfect. But we're trying to make this as good as we can possibly make it for the city to make sure our employees are motivated, they're empowered, and if they're doing excellent work, it's recognized and it's rewarded.
I'm going to, since you said that, I wasn't going to bring up anything else, Mayor, but if I might. It's been my experience over the years that with line employees, when they are in such a situation, it might be through intimidation or fear or reprisal that they will not take it to the next level. Okay? So I guess my question would be, or my suggestion would be, I would like to see the creation someday of an ombudsman, an employee ombudsman, that could act as that intermediary or mediator or whatever, but somebody that line employees could trust to help them in creating resolution for their situation. Has the organization ever considered such an animal?
Mayor and Councilmember Clark, we haven't had an ombudsman as far as I know within the city. What we do have, each department is assigned a human resources business partner, and that's someone that's there to help employees through any employee relations issues. They're there to help with restructuring if we need to do that. They're there to help with benefits and compensation and all those things that you would relate to a human resources issue. So they're there, and we do have employees come in and talk to their HR business partner frequently about maybe a pay issue, or it might be an employee relation issue. And then we're able to come in, and in the past we've done mediation, and we've had good results from that. We have an individual within our department in HR that can come in as a neutral party and do mediation and get folks to a resolution. So we do have that in place, and that's been successful. But as far as an ombudsman, we haven't had a specific designated ombudsman for the purposes that you're talking about.
Mayor, if I could follow up with one request. I didn't know that that was available to the line employee, but I don't need to know specifics, but I would be curious to see how much it was used in the last fiscal year, and were the outcomes generally satisfactory to that line employee? Thank you.
Absolutely.
Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. To those comments, it'll end up being a yes or no, but for example, if an employee is called in by his or her direct supervisor, whether that's a supervisor, director, or above, and that director or supervisor is going to speak to that employee with regard to perhaps violating policies or job performance, doesn't that employee have the right to representation, to have someone in the room with them that's knowledgeable with the organization's policies? Is that afforded? You don't have to be in an association. Any employee can say, HR, I need somebody to be with me, or somebody else that's knowledgeable of their choice. Is that correct?
Mayor, Councilmember Aldama, that's correct. If there's an employee relations issue, they have the right to have somebody in there with them, and it could even be their HR business partner if they wanted, but they can select who that is.
Whomever they want. And so kind of what the councilwoman is mentioning, I don't know that my employer is the public sector as well, so I'm not sure within this organization, all employees know that is afforded to them. Some will just go into that meeting and it is what it is. I'm not here to announce it, but if that's afforded to them, I think they should know that.
Mayor and Councilmember Aldama, it's covered. I know it's covered in employee orientation, but it's also in our policies. So anytime employee wants to go through and take a look at that, it's on the grid and it's available. But it is something that we can do a better job of communicating.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. So basically, you can see how the success factors work. And we've gone through a process with our business partners and with our directors and our departments where we've identified where each position within the city resides, whether it's in the foundational, whether it's in professional and supervisory, manager, or executive. So we've gone through and identified that, and we're in the process of updating our job descriptions for all positions that incorporate these success factors that we're talking about today. So I'd like to talk a little bit about what is that going to look like with regard to the organization's performance management. And so when we talk about an employee, a lot of times I like to, in human resources, we talk about the employee life cycle, from onboarding them, getting them recruited and onboarded, to their retirement. So, all the things that go on with that employee life cycle. So when we're taking these success factors and we've crafted what's we call behavioral related questions. We can look at a resume and see, or an application and see the technical skill sets. Those are simple to find, and those aren't hard necessarily to train people on. What's a little more difficult is those softer pieces. Can they come in and get along with others? Can they come in and are they good communicators? Are they a team player? Those kind of things that we've gone through with these 8 success factors are a little bit more difficult. So how do we attract or bring in employees that have those success factors already with them when they come? And we do that through modifying our questions, the interview questions that we ask, and the things that we look for when we go do reference checks and other things that align with the success factors that are critical for that position. So those are being incorporated into our recruitment process, into our new hire orientation when we train employees as they're coming in and onboarding them. And they understand that it's important to the organization, it's important to their position, and it should be important to them. And so then as we bring them in, as we onboard them, then we have that opportunity to develop and grow them. And so what we see in the success factors are the things also that will help drive the organization's employee development plan as well. And we'll be training to those success factors. We'll be providing resources and development with regard to those success factors. And then also, we built these into our performance assessments. So when I set my goals in July or August at the beginning of the year, they're based on those success factors, among other things, but those success factors are incorporated into those. And I'm expected to successfully achieve those goals as I go through the fiscal year. And then at the end of the fiscal year, obviously, I'm assessed on those. How did I do? Did I achieve those goals that were set for me? Am I demonstrating excellence in service? Am I demonstrating, the innovation component as I look at the things that I do on a day-to-day basis? So those things will be have been incorporated into our performance management process.
Mayor, members of council, I think there's one of the really major fundamental changes from when I arrived 5 years ago to where we're at today is really around the competencies that we're seeking. And I think this is a problem both on the private sector and government, although I think it's more on the government side where we get so focused on minimum qualifications, experience, and specific skills, and we haven't always done a good job of looking at somebody's, what we refer to as the soft skill side. And so part of this competency model, whether how we recruit and the kinds of questions we're asking, is we're getting better all the time working really on the soft skill side. Here's the reality. When we have an employee that's not a good fit for the organization, it is rarely, and I mean rarely, because they don't have the skill to do the job. More times than not, it is they either, it could be anything from they do not get along with their colleagues. They don't respect people within the organization. They don't see the big picture. They don't put the goal of the organization. It's always those soft skill sides, and yet we always hire on the skill side. So what Jim and the team and what they really have focused on here through this process is that it starts with who we bring on board, making sure we get people that get the picture. I tell the story that when I owned my own companies, I found out in about over 15, 20 years that I was a complete failure at training somebody to be respectful to people. If they came into the organization and they did not respect, they had the bias or the prejudice or they just didn't have respect, I could do everything I wanted as an owner. And I continually failed to move them to be a respectful person. If they came in, they didn't have a strong work ethic. I couldn't find a way to get them to migrate into a strong work ethic. And so part of this is really what we talk about. We believe we can teach skills, and we've demonstrated we can teach those kind of hard skills very effectively. But if the person comes in and can't respect people, can't respect because of gender or race, can't respect authority or supervisory, there's very little we will ever do to move that person along the continuum. This is the change what we're starting to put in place on the hiring. And then as we do our employee development, we're going to focus more and more attention on the soft skill side, because you can make a difference. Sometimes they just haven't been given a lot of good input, but by and large, it starts off, in my opinion, by having the right mindset of employees coming on board. And this is really the work that the team has done that I was most excited about, was really starting to focus on the hiring process and the onboarding process to align with our organizational goals.
And to top off that employee life cycle, as we're talking through this, it ends with the separation and the opportunity to talk to that employee to see how we did, in terms of meeting the success factor objectives, providing the resources, how did we do? And it's their opportunity to grade the organization. And and to give us the feedback that we need to then put it back into the cycle and improve the overall process.
Mayor? Thank you, Mayor. So what has changed with the onboarding process to make sure that we're onboarding people with the skills that you mentioned, Mr. Phelps?
Mayor, Councilmember Tomachoff, we've revamped the orientation process to educate our employees on, not only do we incorporate those into the hiring process, in other words, the questions that we ask are behavioral-based questions that are focused on the success factors for the job, but then also when they're in orientation, they're being trained over those 8 success factors, and they understand what they look like, what the expectations are, how it's incorporated, as you see here, into the life cycle of them as an employee as they go through this. And then along the way, as we, and again, this is a process, as we incorporate this into our employee development, there'll be more and more resources available to our employees in terms of training and development in these areas as well.
Mayor, if I could, that's what I was curious about, is if we're doing some sort of personality or you know, something that really, where you're able to determine a little bit more about somebody's soft skills before you're to the point of actually bringing them to an orientation when you find out there that the person's not a good fit. So I was just curious if we had added something like that into the process.
Mayor and Councilmember Tomachoff, it's not really a personality. Basically it's revamping the interview process, the background checking, and the reference checking to see if what they're telling us is in alignment with who they really are. And you know, sometimes you miss. Sometimes you miss, but then we've incorporated this into the performance management process that if we do miss, we can work those individuals out of the organization in a short amount of time.
Mayor, members of council, maybe as a follow-up, so then in the first year when we have our probationary period in place, we're also now focused a lot more on whether or not they're exhibiting, especially on the soft skill side, that they're exhibiting those traits, because it'll come out relatively quickly in terms of how they work together with other people. I think you do bring up an interesting question, and it'd be something I think I'm going to follow up with the HR department and the team on, is that maybe at certain levels, maybe we start, there is an investment in personality profiling. There's a lot of people that kind of are on both sides of whether it's valuable or not, but I think it's worthwhile us looking to see if we can, if there's some tools out there that we can effectively use to try to drill down better. But we do have better, I think, far more effective questions. The types of questions we're asking during the interview process are fundamentally different than they would have been asked 3 years ago.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor?
Can I just follow up with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I know, I mean, I'm sure, you know, all of the directors and managers are acutely aware that managing an employee who's become a problem is way more time-consuming than managing the good employees. So, you know, anything we can do to find that out. And I know people don't always see themselves, you know, if you ask people, you know, are you tolerant? Are you this? Are you that? But there's a lot of data and things out there where you can extract things from people that they really are a little more that you may find something out that they don't even know about themselves. But in the long run, it would probably save us a lot of time and money to rule those people out in the beginning rather than bring them in and then have to deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. To that point, that's precisely where I was going. Equally important as what the councilwoman mentioned, what are we doing specifically for those employees who exist today that demonstrate those behaviors you just described and defined? Because what happens in organizations this large, supervisors allow those behaviors to manifest. And then when it's time that the supervisor is no longer welcoming that behavior, you can't get rid of that employee. So how are we correcting those employees? Because I've heard it twice already that, you know, get rid of them. It's easier to get rid of them. No. How do we fix those employees that a problem has manifested over years because a supervisor or multiple supervisors allowed it to manifest? So what are we doing to correct that behavior and build good employees out of the ones we already have?
Mayor and Councilmember Aldama, part of this is is going to be incorporated, obviously, as we said, into our development. How do we train our supervisors? What are the expectations that are laid out for them? But then also, as we go forward, and again, this is, this is something that's new organizationally, that's going to take a couple of years for it to really set within the foundation of this organization. But as we look to, we really want to focus more on internally promoting our employees, and as we do that, we want those employees who are exhibiting those success factors that we're talking about to be the ones that, as they grow and as they develop, to be able to get those promotions into those types of positions, so that we are really systemic. It's systemic within all of our processes, including how we promote, and certainly we would expect our supervisors to understand that and to be able to go through a performance evaluation in a way that captures those issues and deals with them. And if they're not meeting expectations in these areas of performance that we're discussing today, then we do have an opportunity for them then to be put on a probationary period. And if they don't clear that probationary period, then they're moved out of the organization. So that's how that works. Now, again, we've got to have accountability for supervisors to make sure that we're getting that done. So that's part of this process and a part of the revision of the performance management plan.
Mayor, if I may just finish up here. I don't know if that answered the question completely. I'm looking to find out what we're doing for those problem child that exists in the organization that just been let go by the wayside. Like, how are we rehabilitating an employee who just got away with something for so long and heck, they don't even know it's happening anymore? How do we fix those employees? But that's probably for a longer conversation. Secondly, I just want to add, and it's not a question, just a comment. And then we really have to support the supervisors, because supervising is very difficult, it's very complex. So being supportive of those supervisors who are disciplining employees, checking to make sure they're following the process, and then supporting them and saying, yes, you followed the process, there is disciplinary action required, we're supportive of it. So that makes better supervisors. So the first question was, how do we resolve some of those employees?
Well, Mayor, members of the council, just a couple of thoughts, I know as we move on, is one, I think one of the issues I found when we came here is that we set different expectations, or not that we set them, but there were different expectation levels of appropriate behavior depending on what level of the organization you were in. One of the things that we have said is that just because you work in a rough and tumble shop that uses the dirt and the shovels doesn't mean that the standard for language changes there that we expect out of a senior supervisor, manager, or a leader of the organization. So one, we're trying to weed some of this out, because there was just a culture that it was okay to use this type of language. It could be gender biased. It could be a variety of things that seemed maybe innocuous 10 or 15 years ago, but today is just unacceptable. So we've tried to make it very clear throughout the organization that we're going to hold the same standard in terms of our values and how we treat people. That is not moved up through the progression. We want everybody in the organization to maintain those values. What we have to do a better job, and you kind of hit on it, I think, is the supervisory and manager roles. We have to, and we're moving away from this. Many organizations, and I would actually say not many, I would say most in government that I've been there, promote based on skill set. So if you're a foundational worker and you do your foundational worker better than anybody else, you then become the supervisor. But if you look at the elements that we've identified for core competency, nothing in there says you have to do your skill set better. It talks about communication, the ability to train other people. And so we have to get out of the mentality that just because you exceed as a planner 2, maybe you are the best planner 2 in the department, but a planner 3 takes on supervisory roles and has to take on more engagement with the client and look at the bigger picture. It has nothing to do with how good of a planner 2 you were. And I'll just end with this. In my experience in the private sector, a failure of many private sector companies is they take their best salesperson and make them sales manager. And 75% of the time, that is a gigantic disaster, because the skill set to be a great sales manager is different than the skill set for being a salesman. So we're trying to really pay more attention on who we promote up through the areas, and that's why these core competencies that we have established give us a framework now for how we decide who gets promoted to supervisory, not just because you've been here the longest or just because you do your core skill set, but can you be a good trainer? Are you a good communicator? And as you move up through the line. So you've hit, I think, on both of you touched on issues that we're working towards with this new model that we think we can overcome if implemented over the next few years.
And then a couple things I'd like to point out. The city for, I guess, quite some time, and we stopped doing it, but we had a program called GLAD. I don't know where the D came from, but it was Glendale Leadership Academy. And everything you just said, I completely agree with you. I've owned multiple businesses. But if we don't have a way to train those people to be good leaders, I mean, you can be a natural born leader, that's pretty rare, but you can have the ability to if somebody teaches you how to become a better leader. Do we have anything in the future where we can make available to employees that want to work their way up the ladder, that we can give them some sort of classes, some sort of leadership, some academy, college courses, something to become good leaders?
Mayor, yes. As a matter of fact, we've brought in supervisory training courses over the last few years, and we've had numerous supervisors go through those courses. But those have come in from the outside. And we did have GLAD. GLAD was a successful program. And as we went through downturn and we had some layoffs and we had some other issues, we lost that. But we did bring it. We have since brought in supervisory training from the outside, and we're working to develop our training based on these success factors that we've seen here for all of our employees. So again, as I had mentioned to Councilmember Aldama, it's critical that we train and then we get all of this language, the success factors, the things it takes to be a successful supervisor, and particularly get those systemic within the organization so that we can promote from within. They understand the Glendale way. They understand what the expectations are of a foundational employee and beyond. And so those things I think you'll see as we talked at the beginning of this presentation, we talked about resources being aligned with the overall strategic plan. Well, the resources that we'll bring forward for those training opportunities will be directly aligned with what we're talking about right now. And that's developing those supervisors.
I'd like to be clear though, so we've had outside sources. Is that something where employees would pay for that training, or did the city pay for that?
No, Mayor, the city provided that training for employees to go through.
Okay, so do we have any kind of programs if somebody wanted to take a couple credit hours in some particular field to be more in leadership? Is there a way, if they prove themselves, that the city has some sort of policy where they can refund a certain amount of money? Or, well, no, I'm just trying to figure out what else do we do. The GLAD sounded like it was a good program. Sounded like maybe we need to figure out a way to try to get it back. Military is better than anybody as far as teaching people, and they have a program called, Train the Trainer. So everybody does it the same way all the time. There's no doubt where you go in the world, it's the same procedure, same policy.
Mayor, we do, departments have development funds within their department budget, but then we also have our degree reimbursement program. It's not as robust as it was in the past, but employees can get some reimbursement monies for degrees for a 2-year, 4-year, and a master's degree. So that is built in, so we do provide some funding for that. And again, department heads do also a fairly good job of putting development monies in their budget, and they send their people to training as well. So we have those types of things.
Have they been doing that? I mean, is there a lot of money, a little money? Do you have any idea where that's at?
I don't know from the individual departments how much funding is available. I think we've had about $10,000 in the HR budget for it over the years. But it's something that we use for. We've brought in, and I can't think of the individual's name. I think the council may be familiar with them, but we brought in different entities from the outside to come in and do supervisory training with those dollars too. So
once you finally get that really good person hired, that's the person you want to hang on to. So I know how costly it is just finding the right person to begin with.
Right.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
I too am familiar with GLAD, and I think that's an excellent idea. I would like to look at you perhaps reinstituting a GLAD or a program similar to that, because the way it's structured now, what is available is not available to everyone. If we start something like a GLAD over again, that's every year we're going to be turning over employees who will be able to benefit, and the organization in turn benefits. So I think the mayor's suggestion about GLAD is a good one, and I'd like to see it reinstituted.
Thank you. And with the model that we put in here, that's exactly, I think, what we'll be bringing forward to you in the near future. So thank you. So we've talked about the life cycle and how the success factors will be incorporated into each phase, I guess, of an employee life cycle. So, I want to specifically talk a little bit more about performance management. What we did with this, too, once we developed these 8 success factors, we went out and we pulled in supervisors from across the organization and asked them about our existing process, what they'd like to see, what's working, what's not. And so essentially, we just pulled the top recommendations from that group. I think there were over 30 supervisors that we were able to talk to and get feedback from. And they said essentially, they'd like to see this process taken online. It's a paper-driven process. So what that means is, an employee's got a copy of their performance review. The supervisor has a copy of every performance review they do year after year after year. They have to maintain that. HR has copies of every single performance review. So it's all paper-driven, and it's not as accessible and easily accessible to the employees as we could make it. So they wanted to see that. They wanted to streamline the rating levels, which, when I initially presented this to you, you saw 4 levels of performance that an employee could be rated on. And so since we've discussed with this focus group or these supervisors, we've streamlined that down to 3. That was the recommendation, so we've done that. And then they want to see written feedback mandatory. And in the past, with this process that had previously been developed, I think there was just feedback that would be either in if they didn't meet the expectations of the supervisor, or if they exceeded, we required that. But now we're requiring it for everything. So that means the supervisor really has to take the time and really has to comment on their thoughts in terms of the facts with regard to that employee's performance, which gives that employee more information to then obviously improve or keep doing what they're doing.
Mayor? Thank you, Mayor. Are you requiring also feedback from the employee being evaluated or comments? I mean, I know it's usually optional, but is that also being required?
Mayor and Council Member Tomachoff, part of this is a self-evaluation. So the employee goes in, and part of the process is they do a self-evaluation prior to their evaluation with their employee. So they write up their self-evaluation, they provide that to the supervisor, and then they go through that process with the supervisor's feedback as well. So yes, they also can, and they also have an opportunity to provide comments after the fact too. If they disagreed with something, if they felt they did more and it wasn't reflected in that review, they also can put that information into it as well.
Okay. I don't supervise anybody anymore. It's been quite a while for me. But a poor performance evaluation should never be a surprise, really, to anyone. I mean, it really shouldn't. If somebody knows they're not performing, they should be pretty well aware that they're not performing. So I've always thought that, I mean, if it's a surprise to the employee, the supervisor probably hasn't done a good enough job letting the employee know that they're not meeting expectations prior to you getting to the performance evaluation stage. So, thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Brown. So typically, when we're discussing performance reviews, they're more of a top-down type of a process. Do we here in Glendale have a 360, for instance, type perspective where line employees are asked for input on how effectively they're supervised, how supervisors are asked for input on how effectively they're being managed, managers, how effectively their directors are for them uphill as well as just the traditional downhill?
Mayor, Councilmember Turner, it's a great question. We have done 360s at the highest level, but only on rare occasions. We don't have 360s organizationally, so we've not done that. It's not a part of the process as we've talked about it today. The employee does have an opportunity to comment on their own performance, but as far as peers and others within the organization, that's not a part of the process at this time.
Mayor, Mr. Brown, and perhaps Mr. Phelps, do you think that that could possibly be something that would be useful in our organization?
Yeah, Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Turner, we've used it where we've identified potential issues. So I can speak of in the last, say, year and a half, where we've used a 360 on 2 directors because we had been indicated some issues that had come up. So it's a tool we can use when we think there's a problem. It's a lot of work. A lot of people have to touch a 360. To say to do that throughout the full 2,000 employees I think would be somewhat onerous and would come at a price. But it is a tool we can use and we have used since I've been here.
Mayor, thank you, Mr. Phelps. And I threw out 360. I don't have a great deal of experience with it. My business management has typically been small business, not larger organizations like this. So I'm not saying exactly 360 in that process, but just wondering if we get enough feedback up the chain of command to make us really as effective as we can be. So that's just a question and a concern I have.
And Mayor and Councilmember Turner, one of the things that we did institute, and I know Gene Marino had worked on this, was our employee engagement survey. So that survey tool has been helpful for me, from an HR standpoint, to look at and see where some of the challenges are, whether it be at the supervisory level or some other areas, in order to make improvements organizationally. So that's not what you're talking about, but it does give a similar type of feedback to us that we can use to improve organizationally.
Mayor, Mr. Brown, is the data from that survey, is that available to the council?
Mayor, Councilmember Turner, I don't believe it's available at this yet. I'm not sure when that's going to be available. I don't know. A few weeks.
Yeah,
okay.
Mayor, members of council, again, we participate in the survey that's done both in private sector and large organizations, and we're waiting. They were supposed to have the results up, the most recent one last week. They had to delay it for 2 weeks, so it's right around the corner. And yes, that data then breaks down. There's a host of questions that every organization has to ask. And I'll double check with Gene Marino, but I believe that we get that data in some granular detail. So we can then compare our organization across the board to other organizations.
Thank you
and
very much.
she's nodding her head yes. So.
All right, look forward to it. Thank you.
Okay, so again, that was the feedback that we got from our supervisors, and we have implemented some of those things in our performance review plans already. So we've talked about performance management, and I want to shift gears a little bit here and talk about how we associate that with pay. So we'll talk about that, and it's important because we want to retain our good employees, and we want to incentivize high performance. And I know that's something that's been important to the council as well. But essentially, when we talk about this, we're going to talk about a couple things. Some of it is more static, and when I say static, it's on the organization to maintain competitiveness with our pay plans, and some of it's more dynamic, which is on the employee as they're performing to achieve higher ratings. So let's talk about that. We'll talk about market-based options, performance management programs, and to Councilmember Clark's point earlier, incentive programs. So if we focus just basically on the more static parts of our compensation, these are things that are incumbent on any organization to make sure your pay plans are competitive, to make sure your employees are staying up with cost of living. We have 2 pieces in place that we're doing now. One of them, as you saw in the last budget cycle, is a COLA, or the cost of living adjustment, and staying on top of that so our employees can keep up with just the basic cost of living. And the other piece is something that we do every 2 years now, and that's essentially a market study or a compensation study. And that's based on our market data, and we look at that and we compare that to where our pay ranges are, and then we make determinations if those pay ranges need to be adjusted or not. And that's done by position. It's not done, holistically, but it's done as the positions need to be adjusted. We make those adjustments based on the market. Now, our last market study was done this past fiscal year, and then our next one won't be until fiscal year 22-23. So again, that's every 2 years. So those are the more static. That's how we as an organization stay responsible in terms of keeping our pay competitive. It helps us attract employees. It helps us retain good employees. And it helps us prevent high turnover rates, which can be very costly. So that's the static piece. The more dynamic piece is something that we implemented last fiscal year and are going to be doing more of as we go forward, and that's the pay for performance piece. And that is going to be based on an employee's annual performance. So this is the static piece that they have control of. As they perform, the better they perform, the more opportunity for increase they have. And that's, again, we determine what percentages are of that pay for performance through the annual budget process. So as we come to council with that this spring, we'll be working through what that pay for performance amount should be. And what I'd like to do is, and again, I'm going to show you the next slide, and this is a very conservative slide, but it's an example of what the dynamic and the static components working together might look like. And again, this would be in a very conservative year fiscally. So, I'd ask you not to get too caught up on the numbers, but just sort of the concept is really what we're looking at here. So let's say we're in a year where we're going to be making market adjustments. So we've done the market reviews. We're going to be making market adjustments to our employees' pay ranges. So it's in a year we're doing that. And we worked with council to determine there's a 1% COLA. So we're assuming that, and we're assuming that if you meet expectations as an employee, you're going to get a 1%, and if you exceed expectations, you're going to get a 2%. So again, a conservative year, this is just for exercise purposes. So for an example of that would look like employee A. We've reviewed the market, and we found that employee A's pay range is fine. It doesn't need to be adjusted. They're in a good position from a market standpoint. So that employee, if they meet expectations, they'll get a 1% for their COLA, and they'll get a 1% for meeting expectations for their performance, so they get an overall 2%. And I've started down below, and in this scenario, the max amount for COLA and performance for an employee who meets is 2%. Now, keep in mind, if they got a market adjustment and it's more than the 2%, they get the market adjustment and they wouldn't get anything else. That's what they get. They get the market adjustment. So that's an example of employee A. Now let's take a look at employee B. So in this scenario, this employee meets expectations. They were low in the market. They were adjusted 2% or more, could be higher, based on how low they were. But again, and for this scenario, it's 2%. So in this case, if they meet expectations, they can't exceed 2% in increase. So they've really gotten their 2%. So they wouldn't get anything in performance or COLA in this situation. And then in employee C, this is an employee who exceeds expectations. Their market is found to be fine. They don't need an adjustment there. So they got a 1% in COLA for cost of living, and then they got a 2% for exceeding expectations. Again, very conservative model, but it gives you an idea of how pay for performance can work. And particularly as we come in the spring to talk more about this, we'll know more what these numbers could look like. And again, there won't be any market adjustments for this budget cycle. It'll only be, we'll look at COLA and we're going to look at performance as we roll into the spring and come back to you with some models.
Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mr. Brown, so let's say we had employee D that was deserving or entitled to a market adjustment. They were exactly like employee C, but they deserved a market adjustment. Could you walk us through that?
So an employee D that was entitled to a market adjustment, and what was the other?
And otherwise, they were just like employee C,
Oh, okay, and they exceeded
they
expectations?
exceeded expectations.
Right, so if you look at the asterisk below, in this model, and again, you know, this is what similar to what we did last fiscal year. Okay, so that's what this is based on. But if, let's say they got a 5% market adjustment, and then at that point, we wouldn't put them over anything more than that. So the max they could get for COLA and performance is 3%. If they've already gotten a 5% market adjustment, then that's what they would get for that fiscal year, is that market adjustment amount. And again, this is in a fiscally conservative year.
And this would be driven by council policy, or how would that be?
We would bring this forward to the council, and the council would have input in terms of what that's going to look like, yes.
Okay, so these are simply examples, they're not
These
adopted
are
policies at
strictly
this point.
examples of how the dynamic piece, which is the COLA and the market adjustment, and the performance piece work together as we go forward with managing compensation. So,
Okay.
so it could look vastly different than this, but I just wanted to give a conservative example so you could kind of see what it might look like.
Okay, and it just occurred, you know, as I was looking at this, it occurs to me that if we had an employee who was being paid below market, and yet they were still working at a performance level that exceeded our expectations, that perhaps we should still reward the fact that they're awfully hard workers, even though they've been undercompensated. We shouldn't take that away from them.
And Mayor and Councilmember Turner, we do take that into consideration as we make market adjustments. If we see an employee that's dramatically low in the pay range, we look to see their experience and all the other factors to see where should they be. Based on the market, where should they be? And then we try to place them there appropriately. So it could be, you know, if they're far lower than what they should be, you know, it could be a significantly higher market adjustment, up to maybe 8% or something along those lines. We've seen that in the past. But again, the goal is to make sure they're positioned appropriately in their pay range for the work that they're doing for the city.
And if I could, then absolutely. We do want our employees to be appropriately positioned in their pay range as compared to the market. But if the council's objective is to reward performance, high performance, then that would be something, you know, that the seven of us would need to look at and see, do we want to make sure that regardless of whatever the market and the cost of living adjustments would be, if they're a high performer, they should be rewarded for it. But that's something for us to discuss farther down the road. Thank you.
Sure.
Mayor, thank you. I just want to back up really quick because I didn't, and I want to back up and just say thank you for the staff members that, Mr. Brown, you mentioned earlier, who worked with your team to create this really, really good work and outstanding. And so thank you for being here today. And I know it's difficult to hear the council weigh in on this hard work you put forth. And it's really difficult for me because we kind of find myself getting into the weeds. And that's really the city manager's job. But thank you for bringing it to us, and thank you for your hard work. My question is, if I'm an employee of the city, and we have this new system now based on performance, and my supervisor is now going to determine whether or not I get a 1% if I meet or a 2% if I exceed, I'm going to want to know and be comfortable that my supervisor is a qualified evaluator, that he or she has received appropriate training that allows them to determine whether or not I am worthy of that raise or I'm not. So I want to be comfortable that if Mr. Freeline is my supervisor, that I know he's been through regular training on how to evaluate people. Because we can get into a point, we can get to what the Councilwoman Clark was mentioning earlier, the bias becomes the determining factor whether or not someone gets their increase or not. And so I want to know that Mr. Freeline has regular training and knows what to look for when he's determining whether or not I receive that salary increase or not. So will there be any training, and is it regular training for those supervisors who evaluate employees? Because that is a very complex part of someone's job duties, evaluating people. So is there training, and will it be regular training?
Mayor, Councilmember Aldama, yes. As we've incorporated these success factors, training goes along with that and is associated with that. So we will be training our employees as we move forward prior to getting into the performance review cycle. So yes.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. So specific to supervisors who have that
We
duty
will
of
have that
evaluating?
training, yes.
Okay, thank you, sir, I appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
So this talks about, again, the performance management piece, and that's, and the dynamic and the static, but I also, Councilmember Clark brought up earlier, incentive. And so let's talk about that for just a minute. So incentive programs are important. They help to drive the culture of an organization, and they should be focused on our organizational values. So we took a look at the organizational values, and a couple of areas that are really ripe for incentive programs are the following. The one is excellence in service, and the other is innovation. So to break this down for you a little bit, what we're proposing here and what we would be bringing in the budget cycle to the council would be to have these two areas focused for incentive reward. And the first, excellence in service, would be focused on employees who make excellence a habit, not a goal, and they're doing things, exceptional things that are outside the scope of their day-to-day jobs. So with regard to that, we would have, basically we would run this on a where nominations, employees could be nominated for this award, for this incentive, and they're employees that would demonstrate a combination of behaviors that are related to things such as, willingness to go above and beyond the norms, or the norms of the expectations for their job. They're providing outstanding service to their department or organizationally. They're sacrificing of their time and energy for the good of their coworkers. And that type of thing are some of the criteria that we'd be looking at. With regard to innovation, so what are the things that we would look at for an incentive program for that? Nominees for this award, and this could also be individual or it could be teams that could be nominated for Innovation Award. But they would demonstrate a combination of behaviors that are related to taking proactive and innovative approaches to finding viable solutions for their departmental or organizational challenges, working towards effective and successful implementation of new services, programs, or systems, participating in collaborative problem solving, break down boundaries, and creating new relationships to provide a new way to get the work done. So those are some criteria that we're looking at for that.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
So I'll tell you an experience that I had experienced probably 40 years ago. And it's one problem I have with what you're suggesting, only because what happened to me 40 plus years ago with what you're wanting to do could never get fixed. And the example was the company I worked for at the time started all their drivers at 7 o'clock in the morning. Everybody would show up at 7 o'clock. All the drivers would go out and they'd get their trucks in line. They would get fuel. And if you happened to be towards the end, it'd be an hour and a half before you'd finally get fuel in your truck before you actually started your day. And I kept trying to get the supervisor to let me come in earlier so I could start before everybody else, and their start time was 7, not 6:59, not 6:30. And I was trying to explain to him, if you would stagger it and let people start coming in at 6 o'clock, everybody would be out on the road, would get a lot done, would save a lot of money for the company, and would give better service to our customers. And yet the supervisor didn't want any part of that. So my question is, if a person has a really innovative idea and the supervisor isn't receptive to that, how can that person get that idea brought forward to be looked at?
Mayor, members of the council, so this nomination doesn't have to come from the supervisor, again, but I understand what you're saying is the employee had a great idea that couldn't be implemented because the supervisor wouldn't let it happen. Is that correct?
In my case, that's what
Yeah.
happened. They didn't want to change. That was the problem.
Right, and it's interesting that the conversations that we're having seem to focus so much on the supervisor. It's such a linchpin role. It's such a critical role in this organization. And I think that's why we need this, is because we need to develop and grow our supervisors so that, so that they're doing the things that are engaging, that are innovative, that are empowering employees to do better work. And if we don't have that, then we have a dysfunctional supervisor that needs to be dealt with, I would say. I would say on the whole, I don't see that. You know, we may see some of it here and there, but we don't see that on the whole. And in these types of situations, certainly we would hope from our director's standpoint, especially, and I can speak for most of them, they're going to be looking for employees to provide better ways to get things done. Ways that might save money, ways that might enhance the services that we're providing. But again, I think this is going to require a lot of training and a lot of investment in our supervisory area as we promote supervisors, as we train them, as we hold them accountable to do the very important work that they have to do.
Okay, so to interrupt you, and I brought this up a long time ago, and it's been talked about over the last few years since Councilmember Hugh and I have been here, and probably long before that. But again, if a person has a good idea, how can they be protected that that's their idea? No, and that's something I brought up a long time ago. I thought maybe if they submitted to their supervisor and to maybe the city manager, where there's two ways of making sure that, and I'm not saying that we have supervisors that would do it, but we're human, so there's always that potential. How would we protect that maybe that inline employee that they tend to understand how things could be done better, and almost everybody in every field, if you say, is there a better way of doing your job, almost everybody has a better way of doing it. So how can we protect that person and know that if they have an idea that it actually can get looked at and that they would get credit for it?
Well, Mayor, I know in the past we've had something called the Idea Garden, which ideas were submitted to that and were forwarded on to the appropriate people. Certainly, we could come up with a process on the front end. This reward program is really looking at the back end, but on the front end, how do those ideas come to fruition in the first place? And I think that's something that we can work with our directors on, and we could come up with, whether it's through a submission to a certain entity, maybe to the city manager's office, maybe to human resources, maybe somewhere else, to where that person could submit an idea, and then that could, there could be a committee formed around that and work through it. Certainly, we could do that.
Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. That's kind of along the lines I was thinking is, does the supervisor have to submit for this award, or can the person just submit their own idea, or whatever, the innovation or and I mean, it would be a little maybe unusual to submit yourself for excellence in service. That probably would need to come from a supervisor. But the innovation one for sure, I'm just curious, have you laid out a path of how an employee would be able to submit that on their own and not have to go share the idea with their supervisor, or if they thought their supervisor may not be receptive to it?
Mayor, Councilmember Tomchoff, anyone could nominate anyone for one of these, and I'll get through what I'm going to do here in a minute is go through kind of the detail of how that might work. So I'll kind of run through that. These are the categories that, and these can change over time depending on where we are as an organization. But for right now, these are again, excellence in service and innovation, and then the detail in terms of how those nominations get submitted. Again, they can be submitted by the employee. They can be submitted by others who've seen that employee or that team of employees do their work. They can be submitted by a supervisor, a director. It doesn't, there's no limit on who can do that.
Mayor. Thank you. Excellence in service, making excellence a habit, not a goal. Isn't that exactly what exceeds performance and the possibility of a greater salary increase addresses that whole concept of excellence in service? So wouldn't the employee basically be recognized for excellence in service by meeting a standard that exceeds their performance, their usual performance? Question one. And I know you're going to get into the weeds in a minute with innovation, but I think, and this may be crass, but I think the only way to get to people's minds and hearts is with cold, hard cash. And I would, excellence in service, if they're exceeding and they should be exceeding performance standards. So they'll be recognized pay-wise for having exceeded performance. I mean, how could you nominate someone for excellence in service and they not have exceeded performance levels and gotten some extra bonus money for that? But for innovation, I think if an employee is saving this organization money, they're entitled to a cut of that savings. And I'm really going to push for that because it's long overdue. I can remember when Jean presented, she had an innovation group, and Jean Moreno presented slides of people who had saved the organization money. And they got their 15 minutes of fame, and that's it. That's no incentive. The real incentive is to reward people financially. Thank you.
Mayor, Councilmember Clark, to your point on excellence in service, this would be something that it's outside the normal scope of what we would see them do in their regular duties. So that was the criteria that was laid out.
Then let me
but-
do a follow-up question. If it's outside, so a person could meet performance standards and be appointed for, or be nominated for excellence in service?
Mayor, Councilmember Clark, it would have to be something above and beyond what we would normally expect them to do in their day-to-day job.
Then they would be
so-
exceeding their performance level, correct?
They either have to meet or exceed their performance levels in their daily job, yes. And an example, I mean, we have employees that we've pulled in, we've trained them on facilitation, we put them out in focus group. They've gone, that's not their normal day-to-day job. They're still doing that, but they've gone out and done more to provide service to the organization. So things along those lines are things that may be, nominations. We get all kinds of nominations, I'm sure.
I'm just going to follow up, and I don't mean to interrupt you. So excellence in service would go to people who perform in an exemplary manner above and beyond their regular job scope.
Mayor and Councilmember Clark, they could be nominated, yes. And then that nomination, and I'm going to go through that process with you in a second in terms of how people can get awards through this, but they can be nominated. They have to perform, at least meet the performance standards to be nominated. Now, who gets selected for those awards is going to go through a couple of different committees that we'll talk about here in just a second. But
That's what I'm trying to wrap my head around. If you're just meeting performance standards, why in heaven's name would you even be nominated for excellence in service? That's where I'm having the problem. I would think your pool for excellence in service would come from people who exceed their performance standards. So just sort that out for me.
Mayor and Councilmember Clark, again, the expectation would be at a minimum, again, and the criteria that was set was that at a minimum they have to meet their performance standards. If they were doing something outside the scope of their normal day-to-day duties that made a big difference in terms of service with the organization, then they would be certainly they could be nominated and they could be selected for this. Now, I would anticipate if they're doing that, they're probably going to be exceeding expectations already. I would anticipate that. So for the scenario that you're talking about to occur, it would be a little surprising to me. But in terms of the criteria, and let me get to that real quick. So the incentive program rules, you can see the rules that have been developed up here. One, the annual program nominations are accepted in the fall. So this doesn't run on a fiscal year. It runs, basically the award would be given probably November, December, somewhere in there, which offsets, the merit increases that would be July 1. There'll be an electronic submission process for that. So there'll be certain criteria that's filled out and submitted, and it could be submitted by anyone. It doesn't have to be the supervisor, could be the employee, could be somebody else that's recognized the extra that this employee has done, and they're submitting that. The eligibility is for regular status employees that have no performance issues in the past year. So again, back to your point, you know, we would have to look at the performance review from the previous fiscal year because, you know, and somebody could be exceeding in the new fiscal year. So it's July 1, it's a new fiscal year. They haven't had their overall performance rating yet. So it's certainly somebody, you know, that we wouldn't really know what their performance review is going to say for that fiscal year. But certainly we would know what it was for the previous fiscal year.
Mr. Brown, let me throw a hypothetical out there. You've got 2 sanitation drivers picking up trash. One of them picks up all the trash. He's on time. He doesn't get into any accidents, no tickets, don't hit any cars, don't run any kids over. And he does it on time and he's reliable. That's excellence in service. The exceptional would be the driver that shows up, that does all those same things, and maybe he knows that there's a handicapped person that can't take their trash can back to the house. He stops his truck, gets out, takes it back up to the house for that person. That's, to me, that's the difference. They both are doing a great job, but one is exceptional. He's doing something over and above what the normal would be or even what's expected of him because he's trying to make a difference with the people that we serve.
Mayor, that's correct. And I can give you a real example from a previous place where I worked in Kansas. It was a particularly windy day. It's the same situation of a sanitation driver. He's in a cul-de-sac area. He's picking up trash, you know, automatically with his vehicle. There's loose trash blowing all over the cul-de-sac. He stops his truck. He gets out of the truck. He runs around and picks up all the loose trash. It takes him about 15 minutes to get it all done. A neighbor saw him doing that. They submitted him for an Excellence of Service Award because he took the time to get out and do that extra that, you know, just really wasn't expected. So those types of things are the things that we're talking about that, you know, would be exactly to your point, exceeding.
Mayor, what I see here are rules for process for how someone gets nominated. And the example you just gave where a citizen nominated someone isn't apparently included in the rules for process for nomination of someone. So that seems to be an element that's lacking. But where is the criteria for what is considered exceptional service? And where you articulate that so people can say, Mr. Jones has been doing you know, an exceptional job in his or her in his field. So while I appreciate the process part, where's the criteria part?
Mayor, members of the council, again, you know, we're putting the program together. I think it would be unrealistic to come up with a set of criteria that handles every situation. So that's why we have a committee looking at it and be able to present it. In the example, by the way, of the refuse driver, I actually received a call about a driver who my office was called because an elderly lady had forgotten to take her can to the street. He stopped, went and got the can, emptied it, and put it back. Never said a word. But she knew it had to be done because when she went out the next day, her trash had been emptied, and she called the office. So we do take that in, and that would be a reason to acknowledge somebody on this. I just want to say one thing on incentive. I know we keep saying, you know, pay somebody to do good work. And the term I like to use when it comes to customer service is outrageous customer service. Customer service should be good inherently. I mean, it should be excellent inherently. That's what customer service means. I like the idea of outrageous. And so what this guy did, for example, stopping his truck, knowing that the elderly person was home, and yet had forgotten to take the trash out, that is what I would kind of define as outrageous customer service. But we have to be careful that this is not going to be the end-all to how we incentivize our employees. And you know, we talk about being a data-driven organization. So what I'd like to do is push back Councilmember Clark a little bit on the only way to incent people is to pay them. Because actually there's great research, and I've done a lot of studying on this at my prior organization, that actually when you look at the top 10 reasons what people like about their job, Bonuses are 7th. What number one that is out there is recognition, just being recognized for what they do. And our incentive program, a big part of it is just recognizing people who have gone over and above what they do. Challenge of the job is number 2, believe it or not. People want to be challenged when they come to work. They don't want to keep doing the same repetitive thing and not be growing in their position. Number 3 is advancement. People want to be in an organization where they can advance. Number 4 is they want to be able to contribute outside of their job. They want to be asked to participate in other kinds of things. One thing that Gene Marino's done a phenomenal job in putting together our strategic plan is we've reached down and we intentionally try to get new other people who've never been involved with the city manager's office or with their director to get them involved. And that 100 people that we did on this deal, many of them had never really been engaged, but people want that, and the research shows that. And then actually, number 5 is just the quality of the people they work with. So we're dealing with a number of these things here. I do believe we should incent. I do believe we should, provide financial or other types of recognition for people who do it. But I want to be clear, just paying somebody an extra stipend for doing good work generally is not what most researchers will tell you is the best and most effective way to motivate your employees to excellence. It's just part of the continuum. And that's what I think that they've done a great job with this effort, is we're trying to approach it from a variety of perspectives, which I believe will result in very good results when it's done.
Mayor, if I might, I'm just going to rebut that a little bit. I bet if you asked 100 employees, would you like to receive a certificate of recognition for excellence in your work, or receive, I'll just pick a number out of the thin air, an extra $1,000 a year in your paycheck? I would think logically that there is not a person who wouldn't say, oh, I'd rather have the $1,000 a year than a certificate to put on my wall. And I appreciate the fact that surveys have been done from experts, and experts can be defined in the dictionary, and I will not tell you how they are defined in the dictionary. But to me, especially, while recognition may be important to, I guess I'm going to be discriminatory for a minute, to an executive employee who is already making a substantial salary, but to the line employee, I would bet that recognition in the form of extra money in the paycheck would be far more appreciated. I'm sorry, I disagree with you on that, sir.
Councilmember Tomchoff.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that it depends on the recognition. If you just hand somebody a certificate, then of course they're going to prefer, the recognition, the key in how they're recognized, I think, is the key there. Whether they're recognized throughout the organization, however many times a year we do this, even, I'm not exactly sure but that does matter. Handing somebody a certificate absolutely is not really recognizing somebody. We've all been handed all kinds of certificates in our career, but if they're really recognized for their performance and value to the organization, I think that the type of recognition can matter. And I think that's what Mr. Phelps was talking about, is not just saying, here you go, here's a certificate for you to stick in a drawer, or are we going to put all of them in the connection once a year and have a special something that we give out to the community. These are the employees that were recognized this year for excellence, and recognize them, throughout the community. That would be meaningful, I think, to people. So it's, recognition, it's just, in my mind anyway, it depends on what type of recognition you're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I am going to agree 100% with the city manager. I know of an employer, a fairly large public employer, who on an annual basis has a call for innovation to all employees, departments. So any department can answer that call of innovation. So let's just take that Mr. Friedline's department says, we have an idea that will move the organization forward by doing X. he submits that, other departments submit theirs, and then there's a committee who goes over those and says, Mr. Friedline's idea moves this organization forward. There's a budget implication for that implementation. That department is awarded the budget to implement that, and then they're also, not monetary compensation, but they're awarded through the all-employee meeting at the end of the year saying, you were innovative, your department was innovative, we provide you the budget, you implemented it, you move the organization forward. There's no money in anyone's pocket. It's back into the organization. It's an organization you belong to, you're proud of, and you moved it forward. And so I agree with you. And I do agree with the council member that compensation is a motivator. Cash motivates people. But if you're trying to move, I'm okay not getting that compensation, but moving my organization forward, and it gives me more longevity in the job or the company I work with. So I agree with you. It's not always compensation to the individual. It's compensation to the department. And then you get recognized in front of all your peers, and you move the organization. Man, I'll tell you, you go home and you tell your spouse, I moved the organization forward today. My whole department did, and we did it together. And so I agree with you, absolutely. Thank you, Mayor.
And I actually agree with everybody, because compensation does make a difference, but look at what the council themselves do for the pay that we get. I mean, you know, would extra money be great? Absolutely, but we do this because we love doing it, we like making a difference. So I do think all of it can make a difference. One thing I know for sure is ever since all of us have been young, parents telling you did a good job, patting you on the back, things like that makes a difference. And it's so critical to so many people that they are recognized for a good job. So.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'm sorry, before you move on from that slide, if I could, Mr. Brown, elected staff are not eligible. Does that mean the council office staff and the mayor's staff is not eligible for this program?
Mayor, Councilmember Tomachov, no. That would be directors and above essentially wouldn't be eligible, but council staff members, the mayor's staff members, those members would be.
Mayor, if I could, what is meant by elected staff then in this slide?
I wouldn't get caught up on staff. It really elected officials is what it should say.
Okay, so it's not our staff.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, you all are not eligible.
Hard.
All right, but I would like to be clear, so our staff is eligible.
Mayor, yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay, very good.
Yep.
I'm glad you brought that up, thank you.
And essentially, again, the nominations would be submitted in the fall. They would go through 2 levels of committee review, and the final committee review could also be made up of community members, is what has been recommended as well. So as as the city manager had indicated, that's in development. We'll have that probably well before we present this in a budget session to come to council. But essentially, we've already talked about this. I don't know that I need to go through it in terms of what are the rewards that you receive. Certainly, there's all different kinds. But again, you know, it's going to come through council and depend upon the budget situation and what we can do. So we'll move on. So for successful implementation, you know, some of the things that have been recommended that have come out of our focus groups and other areas would be to be successful, of course, in the performance management piece. And again, this is, you know, the revamp of our performance management system. Having, you see in the screen that's in the background there, you see all the performance reviews that we get into our office that come on an annual basis. So HR has, it's all paper driven right now. We need to work to move that to an electronic process, and we're doing that, and we'll have more discussion on that as we move forward. But we do need to move that to an electronic management system, creating individual development plans for our employees as they have gaps in those success factors. What do we need to fill those gaps? What are the resources from a development standpoint, training standpoint that we need to incorporate organizationally to fill those gaps? So those are things that we'll need and we're working on now to be successful. And again, you know, the training resources are going to be critical. We had a good conversation on how important our supervisors are and how critical it is to make sure they're trained on this performance management process. And if they're successful, then this is successful. So it's critical that we make sure that we get them trained and up and running on the process. And again, this is basically going back to the city's vision, mission, and values. This is what we've talked about today in the performance management process and the incentive program is directly related to and in alignment with, you know, the mission to improve the lives of the people we serve every day, ultimately, and incorporating the values that you see on this slide. So with that, I'll leave that with you, and if there are any questions, I'd certainly be happy to answer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item number 2. Ms. Bauer.
AZ Cares Fund and Community Investment Strategy.
Mayor, members of the council, first just want to say the staff and the team are really excited today to come and have this discussion. They've worked incredibly hard over the last 3 to 4 weeks to get prepared for today. So we hope this will be something of value to the council, and we think there's some great opportunities. We're going to cover 3 areas today. First, Lisette was going to provide us an update on where we're at financially, so she'll be making a presentation. Jean Marino will be talking about our community planning and development investment strategy through community services. And then the third element is we're going to lay out some strategies and some recommendations for what we can do with what's going to be good news, which is the fact that we have a very positive fund balance situation, and we have some recommendations. We'll be looking for the council to provide kind of consensus along the way. I want to underline that our recommendations are just that. They're recommendations, but this, in the day, especially in the area of the capital improvement plan, it's your capital improvement plan, and we really want you to feel like that you can support the recommendations that are coming forward. So we'll start off with really an update of where we closed out the FY 19-20 budget, and also where we're at for the first 2 months of the new budget year. And then once we're done there, we'll move on to Jean's presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. I will be providing an update on the end of the year revenues for the last fiscal year, that's fiscal year 2019-2020. I will also provide an update on revenues through August for the current fiscal year, or fiscal year 2020-2021. The slide that you're seeing on the screen right now are the revenues for fiscal year 2019-2020 for general fund. As you can see, total revenues came in at $240 million, which is $10.1 million or $4.4 million higher than last year. The 2 largest components of general fund revenues are city sales tax and state shared revenues. City sales tax came in at $121.5 million. This is $5.7 million or almost 5% higher than last year. State shared revenues came in at $68.9 million. This is $3.6 million, or about 5.5% higher than last year. License, permits, and arena fees came in about 1.9 lower than last year. This is due to budgeted revenues in fiscal year 2020 that will be received in fiscal year 2021. Other revenues came in at $30.9 million or $2.7 million higher than last year. The next table that you see at the bottom of this slide are the sales tax revenues broken out by the various business categories. We saw some categories be impacted by the pandemic, and we also saw some sales tax categories that remain strong during the fiscal year. Retail sales, the largest component of the city sales tax, came in at $61.3 million. This is $3.6 million, or about 6.2% higher than the prior year. Construction also came in strong at $9.2 million. It increased almost double, 94% over last year, and that's about $4.5 million. The categories that were impacted by the pandemic are restaurant and bar, hotels, and amusement. And as you can see, restaurant and bar came in 1 million lower than last year at 15.5 million. Hotels and amusements are a smaller portion of the overall sales tax revenues. Hotels came in 395,000 lower than last year at 3.2 million, and amusement came in at 1.4 million lower than last year at about 1.9 million.
Mayor, sorry, Mayor, shouldn't be yelling there. It's really loud over here. Just for those who are watching on the top spreadsheet there under other revenues, can you just give a quick synopsis of what's in other revenues? Just a few items.
Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Aldama, the other revenues include, let me get back to you on that. I was going to say the arena fees, but the arena fees are actually included in the second category below.
If you'll provide that for us, some of us may know what those are, but those who are watching would not know what other revenues are. And so I can wait for that information. And then I want to go to right above that, fees, license, permits, and arena. What part of the arena was less than?
In the mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Aldama, for fiscal year 2019, the revenue sharing from the arena was about 1.7 million. So for this year, we received their financial report, and we expect that revenue to be about 836,000.
Significant, and good to know exactly. Been good to have a separate line item, but we know now 836,000 versus 1.7 million last year.
Mayor, members of the council, yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
The next slide is on the fiscal year 2021 general fund revenues through August 2020. Total revenues are up by 6.2%, or about 2.3 million over last year. City sales tax is about the same as last year, but slightly down at 20.7 million. It's about 252,000 lower than last year. State shared revenues are coming in strong at 12.8 million. It's about 1.3 million higher than last year, or 11.5% higher. Permits, license permits and arena fees are 281,000 lower than last year, or about 13% lower than last year. And the reason for that is that we have some facilities, so recreation facilities are down due to closures in our city-owned facilities, and also due to arena revenues like securities, because there are no events at the arena. Again, the next chart below is the city sales tax by category. City sales tax are about 253,000, or 1.2% lower than last year. As you can see, retail sales and construction remain strong. Retail sales is up by almost 5% at about 482,000. It came in at 10.6 million. Again, construction is up by about 94%. It's 1 million higher than last year. It came in at 2.1 million in August. You can also see that restaurant and bar, hotels, and amusement continue to struggle. Restaurant and bar is down by almost 16%. That equates to about 425,000. Hotels and amusement are also down. Hotel is down by 63,000, and amusement by about $1.1 million. I also want to point out that retail over 5,000, you can see that it's down 22% over last year by about 242,000.
Mayor? Thank you. Mr. Camacho, thank you. Questions regarding the construction sales tax. It's up significantly over last year. How does it compare to what we projected for our budget year?
Mayor, members of the council, I will have to get back to you for that information. I don't have the breakout by categories for our budget, but I mean, I have the total amount for city sales tax, but not for construction.
Okay, thank you.
As you saw in the previous slides, retail and construction are driving the growth in sales tax. For retail, a new rule on online retail sales took effect in October of 2019. The new rule requires any person or business selling or shipping products to Arizona, even though they don't have a physical presence, to file TPT or sales tax returns. And that equates to about $275,000 in revenues per month, new revenues for the general fund, or $3.3 million per year. For construction sales tax, as you can see, from fiscal year 2017 to 2018, construction sales tax more than doubled from $2.1 million to about $4.5 million. You can also see that construction sales tax increased, almost doubled again from 2019 to 2020, from $4.7 million to about $9.2 million. As you saw in the previous slides, revenues are coming in on target. In some categories, they're coming in higher or above target, and in some categories, they're coming in lower than budgeted. There are still a lot of risks. We don't know what's going on with the economy, with the pandemic. There's a lot of unknowns. So as far as the general fund revenues, we are continuing to be conservative with our forecast for revenues. As you saw, restaurant and bar, amusement, and hotels continue to struggle. If there are continued restrictions on activities and lack of travel to and within Arizona, those categories will continue to struggle. The additional unemployment insurance payments also expired in the summer, in July, and the Paycheck Protection Program, or the PPP, also expired in August of 2020. With all that in mind, we did revise our forecast for city sales tax revenues for fiscal year 2021. What you see for fiscal year 17, 18, 19, and 20 are the actual revenues, and you see revenues continuing to outperform and increase year over year, with the exception of fiscal year 2021. To give you an idea on where we were back in December of 2019, so at that time when we didn't know anything about the pandemic, it was unexpected. In December 2019, we did forecast sales tax revenues to be at $125.7 million. And if you recall, we presented back to council back in May and revised that forecast, and we dropped that to $113.6 million. And the new revised forecast today is the $117.7 million. And that's because of the continued strength in retail and construction. And based on the information we received from the economic development, we expect construction sales tax to continue to be strong for the next 2 to 3 years, but obviously it won't be at the $9 million level in years 4 and 5. We'll expect that to be closer to the $2 to $4 million revenues in construction sales tax. The next few slides are on the special revenue funds. We're gonna go over revenues for HURF, or Highway User Revenue Fund, and transportation sales tax. Transportation sales tax is dependent on sales tax revenues. HURF is dependent on fuel sales, and both funds are legally restricted, and both are capital intensive. The Highway User Revenue Fund, or HURF, as you can see, it was impacted by the pandemic and the reduced ridership. Overall revenues are $423,000, lower than last year. It came in at $17.4 million. The HURF revenues are $279,000, or about 2% lower than last year. The license, permits, and arena fees are up by $287,000 over last year, and that's due to an increase in barricade permit fees. Through August of 2020, overall fiscal year 2021 revenues are $39,000 lower, or 1.3% lower than the same time last year. As you can see, HURF revenues are still down by about $52,000 over last year. And you can also see that the license, permits, and arena fees are also down by about $36,000. Other revenues are up by $49,000 over the same time last year.
Mayor, thank you, Mayor. I was going to wait till the end of the presentation, but since you brought up arena again, and I don't know about for the rest of the council, but That's a significant dollar amount. We talked about it earlier when I asked a question about how much was the loss, and it was about $864,000. That's a significant dollar amount. So going forward, we probably won't have that significant dip. Hopefully COVID goes away one day and we won't have this anymore. But I would rather see the arena line itemed out with its own line on how much is less than. Does that make sense? Rather than lump it in with permits and other items. Does that make sense? Is that something we can do?
Mayor, members of the council, we can certainly break that out in its own line in future reports.
And then having that dollar amount prepared that we were less than would be helpful. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
The next slide is on the transportation sales tax. Fiscal year 2019-2020 total revenues for the transportation sales tax are 12 million higher than last year. It came in at 45 million. City sales tax, very similar trend to the general fund sales tax. It's up by 1.7 million. It came in at a total of almost 31 million. The other revenues, as you can see, it's about 10.4 million higher than last year. That's due to an FAA grant that the Transportation Department received. They received 8.9 million in federal aviation grant in fiscal year 2020.
Mayor? Would it, Ms. Camacho, is my mic on? Yeah. Would it be fair to say for the general public that basically, even though we are seeing a decline in certain revenues, that the overall health of the construction sales tax has basically mitigated the losses that we're seeing in other areas? Would that be a fair statement?
Mayor, Councilmember Clark, members of the council, yes, that is correct.
Okay. And I think that's due to council's policies that encourage the development of industrial, commercial, manufacturing in the Loop 303 area. Began with White Claw, Roush, and Ball, and it has continued with projects such as Park 303 and Park West and so on, that a lot of these mega industrial projects are earning considerable construction sales tax, and it couldn't have come at a better time for the city. That we will weather the results of COVID in terms of revenue generation far better than many other valley cities. Thank you.
Through August, fiscal year 2021 revenues are 52,000 lower than last year. The total revenues came in at 5.5 million. Again, what are the risks for the special revenue funds? For the highway user revenue fund, the lack of travel to and within Arizona due to school closures and work from home. Transportation sales tax, again, very similar to general fund. Restaurant and bar, amusement and hotels continue to struggle, and the expiration of the additional unemployment insurance payments and the Paycheck Protection Program. The next slides are on the enterprise funds, water and sewer, solid waste, landfill. Enterprise funds are primarily supported from user fees or user charges. The funds operate much like a business, and they are also more capital-intensive operations. For the water and wastewater, for fiscal year 2019-2020, total revenues are $874,000, or about 1% lower than the last fiscal year. As you can see, water and sewer revenues are 1.5 million, or about 2% higher than last year at 88.7 million. Fees, license, permits, and arena, That came in at 2.5 million or 531,000 higher than last year. Other revenues are 2.9 million or about 50% lower than last year. The reason for that is in the prior years, fiscal year 2018 and fiscal year 2019, the Water and Wastewater Fund received some proceeds from the sale of land. For fiscal year 2021 through August, revenues are coming in very strong. Total revenues are at 1.5 million higher or 8% higher than the same time last year. The summer was very dry with record highs, so water and sewer revenues are up 1.6 million over last year. For solid waste, fiscal year 2019-2020, total revenues are 987,000 or 5.5% higher than last year. Total revenues came in at 19 million. Residential sanitation revenues were 977,000 higher than last year at 14.7 million. Commercial sanitation revenues came in at 3.9 million, and that is 121,000 higher than last year. Through August of 2021, revenues are about 4% higher or 121,000 higher than last year. Residential and commercial revenues are higher than the same time last year. For the landfill, fiscal year 2019-2020 total revenues were up by 6% or 648,000 over last year. So that total revenues came in at about 11 million. Tipping fees were up by 709,000 over last year or 12%. Total tipping fees revenues came in at 6.5 million. As you can see, recycling sales are down compared to the prior year. That's due to the continued decline of the recycling commodities market. Through August, fiscal year 2021 revenues for the landfill are 231,000 or 13% higher than last year. That's primarily due to tipping fees being higher by about 124,000 over the same time. Recycling sales is also higher by about 78,000 over the same time last year. Again, what are the risks for the enterprise funds? For water and wastewater, increase in the unemployment rates, which could lead to an increase in delinquent accounts. The same thing for the solid waste. And for landfill, a continued decline of the recycling commodities market. Just to summarize, as I mentioned earlier, we're continuing with our conservative approach with our revenue forecast for all major funds. The economic conditions have a lot of uncertainty at this time. And as you saw, the construction sales tax continued to be strong, but it is considered to be a one-time revenue. We are on track to meet the capital improvement plan. We'll continue to monitor the actual revenues for all the funds. We have a new monthly revenue and expenditure reports we're publishing, so we'll continue to send those reports to the City Council. And moving forward with the other part of the presentation, I just wanted to highlight that there are no recommended changes for the transportation sales tax or the enterprise funds. And I'll open it up for questions and feedback here. If there aren't any questions, I'll turn it over to Ms. Moreno on the update on.
Can you tell us the $32 flat fee out at the landfill, how long that you planning on keeping that?
Mayor, members of the council, I may defer that question to Ms. Wojtenko.
Mayor, members of the council, we implemented the flat fee to help process transactions at the landfill, so we only had to see the customers once instead of twice. And we will be, while we're still experiencing that volume at the landfill, our plan was to come back to council later this fall with a recommendation and get council feedback on that.
Thank you, Ms. Camacho. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
So I will be providing an update on the community planning and development investment strategy. Just as a reminder for the public, those funds include the community development block grant funds, emergency solution grants, and home programs. So HUD requires that these investments be based on a community needs assessment. And so the City Council adopted our 2020 to 2024 consolidated plan this last spring, which included these 6 goals. So you can see that these goals are based on that community needs assessment designed to advance community investment in the areas to address low to moderate income households and populations. So decent, affordable housing, homeless services, public services for vulnerable populations, educational programs, enhancing neighborhood livability, and then also furthering fair housing.
Mayor,
Who's asking?
I would like to ask Ms. Moreno a question with regard to item 6 on your consolidated plan goals. Would you explain to me what you mean by affirmatively further fair housing regulations? What exactly does that entail?
Mayor, members of the council, and Councilmember Clark, this is a HUD requirement that the city makes an affirmative statement that we will further fair housing practices. One of the ways in which we do this is by supporting investments in public services for community legal services, as an example. So one of the things that we're seeing, and I'll be talking about later on in the presentation, is the influx of evictions within the community and the number of people that may need legal assistance, but are low to moderate income persons. So how the city invests in supporting free community legal services is one of the ways in which we affirmatively further fair housing regulations.
Let me follow up. Does this have any basis or reliance upon the 2013 executive order of President Obama called the Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing Act? Does it have any relationship to that act at all?
Mayor, members of the council, and Councilmember Clark, I believe that it does. I can follow up with you with the exact information.
Well, you don't have to follow up with me. President Obama issued that executive order in 2013. President Trump rescinded it in 2018. It is no longer a federal mandate. Now, under this Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing Act, I really researched this because this is one, as an elected official, that upsets me greatly. It preempts the ability of local communities to zone property. In other words, it affects our general plan. And what it does, Senator Cory Booker has added another element to this, what they call AFFHA, is to withhold a city's ability to receive community block grant funds or surface transportation block grant funds if they do not provide an appropriate plan to the federal government, to the Housing Administration. Now, keep in mind this has been rescinded, but what concerns me is that the federal government would like to use blackmail, would like to hold our block grant money back if we do not comply with what they envision this Fair Housing Act should be. Now, what this means is, and I'm sure each of us as a council member has a parcel that is currently zoned for residential development, a standard housing project. Under this Fair Housing Act, it may and most likely would force this city to change that zoning to be compatible with the goals of the Fair Housing Act by turning it into an affordable or low housing apartment complex project. that nobody had any idea was coming down the pike. And if you did not comply, you would lose your block grant, community block grant money, or your surface transportation block grant community. I want no part of this affirmatively further Fair Housing Act, especially since it was rescinded in 2018. And until it is reinstituted, we have no business attempting to comply with these federal regulations. I just want to put that on the record, that I in no way will cooperate with item 6. Thank you.
Mayor and members of the council, Councilmember Clark, you are correct, and I actually participated in a meeting with the HUD secretary earlier this year. I believe it was in August, where they talked about the repeal of this particular regulation. We had already adopted this in our consolidated plan as one of the consolidated plan goals. I can give you the exact language that's included in our consolidated plan. I don't have that in front of me, but I do recall that it doesn't get specific into that level of detail. Obviously, we always have to comply with whatever the federal requirements are, and that's part of what we will always continue to do. Our main concern here is supporting individuals that are low to moderate income to ensure that they have rights to access to fair housing, that they are informed and educated on what their rights are around fair housing, and that they have access to free legal resources should they need assistance related to tenant issues and those types of things. So that's really what we're referencing here.
Mayor, if I could follow up. I have no objection to any of those statements that you made, Ms. Moreno. I am more than willing to comply with all of the goals that you identified. I just want us to be aware that this act was rescinded and does not comply us or force us at this point as a local community to follow the guidance or preemptions within that federal Fair Housing Act, the Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing Act. And I would ask that if at some point it is reenacted again, I would like to see a workshop on just that one issue, because I don't believe anybody realizes the implications of what that could do to not just Glendale, but to any other small city within the United States. Thank you.
Okay, so just a very high-level overview of all of our community programs and from a funding perspective. So you can see there on the left-hand side of the screen our city-funded programs. About $15.4 million has been received between the fiscal year 21-22, the additional CARES Act funding, and then what we're anticipating for this next funding cycle, which normally we would have begun an open grant process. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about that. And so this is showing basically 2 years worth of funding, including that CARES Act funding. So just as a reminder to council, our normal allocation is about 1/5 of this. And so this is a lot of money to get out into the community that we're working really hard to do. So the rest of the presentation is really going to be talking about what we've already done, what we've got in progress, what's left to allocate, and then what that plan is. So again, we have about $5.8 million in process and about $9.5 million that's unallocated. I'm going to talk to you about how that breaks down, because there are certain programs that it's allocated to, and there are certain spending requirements around those as well. On the right-hand side of the slides there, you can see we also have some intergovernmental agreements with the county and the state related to COVID relief funding that amount to about $7.5 million for rent assistance and utility assistance. And all of that funding is in progress currently. So this slide here really just shows the funding by source. So again, the fiscal year 2021, about $3.4 million. The CARES Act funding, $7.2. We have identified through really carefully reviewing unspent fund balances from old projects and old project years, and have identified about $1.3 million that needs to be reprogrammed, and that's what we're referring to as remnant funding. And then again, we need to start planning for the next funding cycle for fiscal year 2021-2022. So how that breaks down, that $15 million breaks down into community development block grant funding. It's about $9 million. Emergency solutions grant funding, about $4.1 million. And I'll just make a note here on emergency solutions grant funding. Again, those are the program funds that are really designed for homelessness prevention and treatment. And under normal circumstances, we only get about $200,000 in a plan year for emergency solutions grant funding. So this is a significant opportunity to do a lot of good with that funding. And then home funds, $2.2 million. So our current investment status by program, we have about $3.9 million in CDBG that's been invested, $392 for ESG, and about $1.5 for home. So I'll call attention to the bottom of the slide there. About $3.1 million of that is in subrecipient contracts and about $2.7 million in city programs. And then here's how those investments break out by the plan goals that I had previously shown you. So we have about $2.5 million for public service assistance. Those are things for like the rent assistance, utility assistance, senior and youth services, et cetera. Affordable housing projects, so those could be modernization projects, ADA requirements, emergency home repair, et cetera. $731,000 in small business grant, that's our pandemic grant response, workforce development, youth education that we talked to the council about last spring. And then $524,000 for homeless services, $248,000 for neighborhood livability, and then that $5,000 for community legal services to assist with furthering fair housing. So the COVID-19 programs for residents outside of the city's funding, again, I referenced earlier in the slide presentation, that $7 million. So there's $4.8 million of it that's set aside for rent assistance and about $2.2 million for utility assistance. We are working diligently through our community action program to get that money out into the community. You've been seeing those regular performance updates through the city manager's weekly report. And then here are some additional programs that are offered for businesses in response to the pandemic. They vary federal, state, and county level. A lot of them also include counseling and guidance for businesses to help them, be flexible and adaptable in this COVID environment. So what we have left to do, this is a big nut to crack. There's about $9.5 million that we still have left to spend. 5.6 million of it is from the CARES Act. And the reason why I call attention to that is because it does need to provide a response to the pandemic. So though that money is not ideal for construction projects and those types of things. Then we have some additional remnant funding, or a portion of that remnant funding of $550,000 that needs to be allocated. And then again, we're planning for the next funding cycle. So unallocated funds that are specific to the COVID response include $2 million for community development block grants, $3.5 million for emergency solutions grants, again, totaling that $5.6 million. Our expenditure timeline is for the community development block grants. We do have a little bit longer to spend those. 80% of our entire allocation of CARES Act funds needs to be spent within 3 years, 100% of that within 6 years. And then on the emergency solutions grant, 100% of all of that money must be expended within 2 years. So again, it's not ideal for construction projects. So some of the investment considerations to make as we start talking about the additional investments we need to make, obviously they must align with the consolidated plan goals. The emergency solutions grants is limited to homeless response, and again, not conducive to construction. The community development block grant is designed specifically for community development, so 70% of that investment must benefit low to moderate income persons. The remaining 30% can be for slum and blight elimination or urgent community need. So we do have to really monitor those investments carefully to make sure we meet those ratios, which is something that Mr. Hess and his team do a really good job of monitoring.
Mayor,
And then
Mayor,
Yeah, go ahead.
this is with regard to the remaining 30% can be used for slum blight elimination or urgent community need. we used to have a neighborhood partnership program where neighborhoods could apply for funds for an improvement in their neighborhood. And that has since disappeared. It disappeared during the economic recession. Have we ever considered opening up that 30% for slum and blight to those census tracts that meet the criteria for expenditure of that 30% and offered neighborhoods an opportunity to offer ideas for projects that could eliminate slum or blight in a neighborhood? Do we do anything like that, and have we considered it, and could we consider it?
Mayor, council members, and Councilmember Clark, I do recall that program from many years back. Under normal circumstances, we don't normally have this kind of money to spend. It's certainly something that we can look into and discuss some recommendations. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about some of the recommendations that we're making. But yes, we could absolutely do that. There are a couple of nuances that we just have to really think about in terms of those neighborhood grants. Grant compliance. So if we're talking about a neighborhood group that may not have the sophistication or the resources necessary to manage grant compliance, that may be an issue. That's certainly something that we can provide some assistance, technical assistance for. But I do think that that's something that we can look at, and we can talk about how we could scope that as an RFQ or some sort of a process like that.
Thank you, because I think that this would be the use of 30% to combat slum and blight would be most helpful for zip code 85301, most of which contains census tracts that meet the criteria for the allocation of this kind of funding. And I would envision some kind of program like this where neighborhoods organically come up with a project, but obviously they don't have the expertise to acquire those organizations capable of actually performing the project, and they certainly don't have the capability of managing such a project, and that's where it would fall to the city. But I think every time we can get a neighborhood that organically comes to the city and says, look, we really could use this money to fix up A, X, Y, and Z. It's a slum and a blight in our neighborhood. Can you help us? I think that would be an excellent way to combat organic slum and blight within neighborhoods. Thank you.
And then finally, with moving forward, this is a lot of money to move and get out into the community in a short period of time. And so we are looking to ensure that we have on the administration side some very flexible and targeted allocation process, which we've kind of discussed in previous workshops. So what we did when we started talking about these program efficiencies and how could we get this money out into the community in a faster, more expedient way that's easier to manage from an administrative perspective, we started that work with our Community Development Advisory Committee over the summer at their retreat to talk about what were some of the things that they enjoyed and maybe didn't enjoy so much about the work that they do. And so ultimately what they ended up deciding to do is developing some subcommittees. One of those subcommittees was specifically to look at our grant allocation process. So HUD offers flexibility to communities as to how they administer their grant programs. The way that we have been is an acceptable way, which is just an open call grant process. But also equally acceptable is to implement a request for qualifications type of process. The goal behind community planning and development funding is that you use that funding to leverage as a catalyst and to create partnerships within the community with your nonprofit organizations and sometimes even for-profit organizations that can help you address a community need. And so we discussed this with the subcommittee, who we ultimately discussed it with the full committee of the Community Development Advisory Committee. And so these recommendations are supported by them. Most of them are administrative, so really switching a majority of the grant allocation process to that request for qualifications process, where we're specifically looking for a specific partner to do a specific thing. Looking at multiple year contracts. So one of the things that really bogs not only staff down and doesn't give us the opportunity to do creative programs like a neighborhood grant program is the administration of all of those subcontracts. And so what we're looking at is creating longer term partnerships. It does two things. One, it helps with the administration of that grant. It also helps build up the capacity of those nonprofits that we're partnering with, because now they have the ability to take that contract and really leverage that to get other resources as well. So what we're looking at is the potential for awarding multi-year contracts for those requests for qualification types projects. Obviously, we'd be looking at 2 to 4 years maximum, depending on what the project is, and it would always be contingent upon receiving the funding that's necessary to support those programs.
Mayor? With specific regard to what you're just talking about, doesn't that also reduce the amount of funding capacity, because all of these nonprofits have X amount of dollars that they funnel toward administration of their organization? So are you going to look very carefully at how much of the dollars will go for administration and how much will go for the actual project? I think that's very important, because there are some nonprofits who basically live off funding sources to pay their administrative bills, and I don't think that's right. Thank you.
Mayor and council members and Councilmember Clark, one of the things that we're working with that CDAC subcommittee on is developing a framework for reviewing those requests for qualification responses and what some of those metrics would be, and that may very well be one of them. You know, what percentage is being used for administration. Additionally, what we're talking about is master services agreements for complex programs, and so this could be something to where a grantee could receive a contract that includes both CDBG and ESG funding to address a specific issue. So homelessness and homeless response could be one of those. And then also looking at set aside for shovel-ready city physical improvement projects for council to prioritize. So in the past, departments have come before CDAC to request funding for various projects. You know, at the time of requesting those funds, they're not necessarily fully vetted and don't really understand the cost. They're just kind of saying, hey, I think this is about how much it would be. Then that grant gets awarded and it takes a little bit longer. Maybe it costs more, maybe it costs less. So what we're actually looking at is, instead of requiring departments to come to CDAC to request funding, is to say, set aside a specific amount of the CDBG funding specifically for those projects. They have to be kind of shovel ready, like ready to go, not just concepts. And so we think that that will help improve our ability to spend faster and to get these projects done quicker. We would look to the CDAC subcommittee and CDAC to develop a way to rank those projects similar to the way that we rank our regular CIP projects, and that would come to council. And then fund performing city delivered services. So one of the things that we've been saying is, you know, when we are delivering a program or a service that's performing, we should fund that program with the money that we have available. And so that's another thing that we're looking at. So specifically things like rent assistance and supporting the community services block grant funding that we receive through DES, and then rapid rehousing programs, and then obviously, you know, home repair and those other things. And then the last piece of it is using our open application process specifically to seek out the public services for vulnerable populations. And just as a reminder to the council, under normal circumstances for community development block grants, we can only spend 15% of our grant award on those vulnerable services. So we would open that up and use that as the way to use that open grant process. So there would still be an open grant process, but it would be utilized specifically to seek service providers for those vulnerable populations. So things like food delivery, Meals on Wheels, senior programs and services, those types of things. So in summary, we have taken a few actions to date to sort of get the ball rolling. I mentioned we needed to be very flexible and adaptable, so we're working very hard to get these things done. So we did already prepare and test an RFQ process, and it's actually worked very well. We engaged CDAC in the evaluation of those applications, and so it was a very successful project, and that contract should be coming forward to council within the next couple of weeks. Master services agreement development is underway. That'll be a template agreement that we can use. We've begun working with departments to collect information on shovel-ready small projects, things like maybe areas where we're missing street gutter sidewalks, street lights, those types of things. We are assessing our ESG and COVID-19 service needs with service providers, also working with other city departments on that, parks, PD, et cetera, and then assessing what our city program needs are, and then continuing that work with the CDAC subcommittees. They're very engaged and very excited to do this work. They were very excited about these proposed changes. The preliminary direction that we really need from the council today is really related to moving forward with opening our grant process for the next funding cycle, so for the 21-22. So that's item number 2 here on this list, which is making sure that we have concurrence from the council to use that open grant process specifically to solicit applications for vulnerable or population or services for vulnerable populations. And then item 1 there is a recommendation to, so last year when we initially went through our grant allocation process, of course, there's never enough money to meet everyone's requests. And so we did have about $300,000 of unfunded requests from the fiscal year 2021 grant cycle. And we are recommending that we move forward with allocating that funding for those applications that had already been received. So those are the 2 pieces of direction that we're requesting from the council today.
Mayor, who's going to be evaluating that list, Ms. Moreno? Because I know one of the things that was brought to us, wasn't it to put solar on, and we had decided that we didn't want to do that, and I still don't want to do that with this money. So I would like to see, and I believe we didn't fund Habitat for Humanity at all, but I just want to make sure we're not just going to fund programs that the council didn't even agree with when we went through this the first time. So what's the process for that?
Mayor, council members, Councilmember Tolmanchov, we would take this back to CDAC to make sure that there was concurrence there and then bring it forward as an amendment to the action plan. I'm looking at the list here, and I apologize that I didn't include this as an attachment to the council item. It looks like there's 1, 2, 3, about 4 of 5 of the requests. There's a total of 9 of them. 5 of them were partially funded. So initially, the grant application was requesting, I'm just going to throw out a number here, $40,000. We only funded $21,000, and so we're recommending funding the rest of that. And then there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 that were not funded that we would ask CDAC to review and provide some recommendations on. Any changes that we make do have to be adopted as an amendment to the fiscal year 2021 action plan. What we're doing with that, because HUD wants to really see all of those changes at one time, so we would, once we have concurrence, then we would bring that forward to a future workshop just to get the council's concurrence on that, and then we would bring all of those changes, because we've already talked about a couple of those changes that need to be made, and we'd bring all of that forward for council action. So that would come back to the council.
And as long as we get a chance to look at it again, I personally have no problem with this at all. Do we have a consensus with what she just said for both item 1 and 2?
Mayor, I concur with Councilmember Tomachoff. I would not like to see the solar roof project come back. We'd already declined to move forward on that. So I would hope that when CDAC presents the new recommendations to us, they don't take up things that council obviously decided not to fund. Thank you. But yeah, I can support this.
Mayor.
Good.
Thank you. A couple of things. Councilmember Clark had raised points about in almost a previous lifetime here at the city prior to the Great Recession when we had CDBG money in greater numbers than of late, and we had our Commission on Neighborhoods. I forget the specific
It
name.
was called the Neighborhood Partnership Program.
And we had a commission that was specifically related to the neighborhoods and neighborhood improvement and that sort of thing, which we have since set aside, seeing as there wasn't money available coming through for them. So my point being that we have some excess funds, and if we're looking for shovel-ready projects, we might look at that time frame, because I do recall that there were projects that had been approved and in the pipeline, but because the money dried up so quickly that they were left uncompleted. So they're probably, I would think, shovel-ready. I know there was a streetscape and streetlight, a historic streetlight program in the downtown area here in the Catlin Court neighborhood that was partly done, but several blocks of it have not been completed. So it's like 2 or 3 blocks are done, and then it just peters out. So that might be one that, and there may be other. That's one I'm familiar with. There may be others as well. And then I have a concept that I want to bring up, and I'm beginning to feel like it belongs more in this part of the conversation than in the CIP portion that's on our slides here in a few minutes. But I trust that all of you have received a communication from our Chamber of Commerce that discusses an ad hoc committee made up of our president at the Glendale Community College and our superintendents at both the Glendale Elementary School District and the Glendale Union High School District. And one of the things that COVID-related issues that they're struggling with is their students with schools being closed and so much homeschooling being done through the internet that many families do not have internet access. And they're scrambling among themselves with internet providers, and they've asked the city for assistance, that if we have any available funding that could help to bridge the gap for families with students that don't have internet access. Now, Cox Communication, which is probably the largest internet provider in the area, has created a special subscription. And again, this is internet. This is not the full cable package with Showtime and all of the rest of that stuff. It's just very much a basic internet program. Cox has developed a special, in essence, where they've cut the price down to $9.95 for households that do not have service but have a elementary or high school age student home, in essence, under 18-year-old student or more, that they have a $9.95, in essence, $10 a month service, so that those students can participate over the internet with their classrooms and the online instruction. They also have a program that is, the basic is at $40 a month. This would be for students over 18, so you're primarily talking your community college level or college students, and that's at $40 a month. So Glendale Community College has been able to set aside $100,000 to help with their students, but that's really, they project is only going to cover perhaps 14% of the households that they've identified where there is a student in the household. This would be a community college student in the household, but no Cox internet service. Now, there may be other internet service. So I think that this is a real problem. It's a COVID-related problem. It cuts across our community in many different ways. If we have money available, I would like to request that the council look at providing some funding for this. I would suggest that there's probably 3 different ways we could look at this. One would be to make a contribution or to help support whatever the community college is doing and what the 2 school districts, the elementary and the high school district, or any of the other school districts, to set aside some money that if they're doing a internet support type program for students of need, that we would have some money we could share with them to stretch how much farther their dollars would go. That would be one opportunity. There's also another, which sounds very ambitious, option, and that would be to provide in essence, a internet umbrella, public internet umbrella over our CDBG neighborhoods. And this would be one that would be throttled back to where, again, you're not downloading movies or game playing or that kind of speeds. And you could also throttle the available websites to those that are authorized by the school districts, and perhaps the city's website would be accessible in those neighborhoods. And then that would be another option. And then the third one, and probably fits into what we've already been doing, is to take the basic internet programs that I just described, the student internet level programs that are available through COX, and if others provide it as well, but to fold those into our utility assistance program. We provide utility assistance for Southwest Gas, for Arizona Public Service, for the city of Glendale, and in reality, internet service has become a necessary utility in most households nowadays. And again, I'm not talking about high-speed, downloading movies and, playing games online and that sort of thing, but just that level of internet service that would allow a student to participate in their classroom instruction, and is primarily the need. So if I would like to put forward to the council a request to match. GCC is already putting 100,000 available for their students. If we were to put another 100,000 available for students citywide, not just for GCC, but for students citywide, that we could, and I think the first priority would be to see about underwriting or providing that basic $9.95 student level internet service for students that don't have it, and we just deal with it like we do our regular utility assistance. So $100,000 would, at $10 a month for say the next 10 months or something like that, if we are looking forward, to get us through the next school year and summer school, would be able to provide internet to 1,000 student households, if they're high school or elementary students. And if they're, or if they were all college age, then there'd be 250 households that we could help provide. And I see it as being a very valid use of these COVID-related monies that we've been getting, and I think it's a very real need in our community. So I'd like to encourage the council to consider doing
Mayor?
that. Councilmember Tomchak.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to respond to that if I could. First of all, I spoke to one of the superintendent of one of the school districts that you mentioned about this a couple of times. And he said that there are no students in the district that are not connected, that they've taken care of that at the district level to make sure that their students have devices and have access to the internet. I was aware of the COX program the first time we heard about this from the chamber. But the thing is, especially with the community college, is I wanted to look at some of these numbers here. The county received $399 million. They got a direct allocation from the federal government. The state received $1.86 billion direct funding, and they've got quite a bit of money left that they need to spend. I understand there's a lot of need, but after speaking with specifically one superintendent of one of those schools that said there is no need. I think some of the other people were involved in that conversation, that they don't have a need. I'm a little concerned about doing something that's, I've been told specifically, wasn't a need. As far as the Maricopa County community colleges, the county's got, let me look at the amount here, $175 million for future needs. I think that in my opinion anyway, I'm not saying that the need's not out there. What I'm saying is that doesn't really fall under, I think, the city responsibility, and there's money available. There's finances available out there for this kind of thing, and we just talked about all this CDBG. There's plenty of other need within our community. I would probably be open to paying the cable bill, maybe short term, $9.95 a month. Any student that qualifies for the free lunch program qualifies for that. But the $40 a month for somebody who's actually attending at the college level has the ability to work and pay the $40 a month. So I wouldn't be, my opinion is I wouldn't be open. That may sound a little bit cold-hearted, but these are cold-hearted facts, and we're in a recession already. I mean, we literally are in the middle of a recession, and we don't know what the future is going to hold, how much longer the numbers are increasing. This pandemic is not over, and we don't know when it's going to be over. So as much as I'd like to help everybody, and I believe we'd all like to help everybody, I don't feel like this falls under our purview as city responsibility. And like, we had, if we have money left over, maybe, but I just keep going back to the fact that I spoke to a superintendent who said every student is connected and they all have a device.
Mr. Phelps.
Yeah, Mayor, maybe it'd be helpful to the council, because this question did come forth, and Jean Marino can bring you up to speed on a number of programs that we actually have underway regarding this Wi-Fi connectivity. So maybe it might be helpful to hear what we are doing through our community services side of the house.
Thank you, Mr. Phelps, Mayor, council members, Councilmember Turner and Councilmember Tolmachoff. A couple of things that I just wanted to point out. I brought us back to the slide of unallocated funds by source because there's $5.6 million that needs to be allocated. It has to be for a COVID-related response. So to address Councilmember Turner's initial question about some of those neighborhood improvement projects, again, I mentioned that CARES Act funding is not necessarily conducive to construction projects. So it would be very difficult to do a program and meet the spend requirements related to that. The other piece of it is the two pieces I mentioned early on that we have to very carefully watch ratios. So 70% of that funding has to go to people who meet the low to moderate income threshold requirements established by the federal government. 30% can be used for slum and blight or urgent community need. We are already operating a couple of projects under urgent community need. Those ratio requirements also apply to the CARES Act funding. However, we recognize that we do have low to moderate income families in our community that may not have internet access, and it is important. So there's two things that we were looking at as it relates to the CARES Act funding. One is public not public Wi-Fi, but Wi-Fi and internet access at our public housing facilities. So we do not currently provide that at our 3 public housing facilities. That's 155 units. 53% of those units have families with small children. We don't know right now what their internet access is, but we do have a survey out to them right now to ascertain that information. So we've already kind of started talking through our intergovernmental programs with local service providers to determine what type of a scope that would look like. We do need to kind of understand what an earmark would need to be for a project like that. The other one that we were talking about is very conceptual, but it's something that we would need to work with the school districts on, and it's what we're kind of calling hotspots for kids. So kids that are on free and reduced lunch could redeem a voucher for this a hotspot and 12 months worth of service to address the needs related to COVID. Again, very conceptual, but we needed to get in front of council today to talk about some of the administrative changes that we were making, make sure that we were all on the same page on that before we started exploring those scopes of work moving forward and addressing those, having CDAC vet them, and then bringing those back to the council for consideration. So we have that. We also have members from our low-income school district that are on our board. And so we do utilize them to gain insights and understanding into what the community needs are. So those are on our radar for consideration of investment. We just have to be careful because we do need to focus on that 70% that are in that low to moderate income range.
Mayor, I would also add that there are private programs that are also looking to the need of especially elementary school students. Can't remember right now if it's Cox or Verizon, but one of those two recently awarded tablets and internet access to 2 elementary schools within the Glendale Elementary School District. They're both on Orangewood. I think one is Desert Spirit and the other is Desert something else. But each of those schools has about 800 students. So there is right there, 1,600 students, elementary school students, who have not only internet access, but they've been provided with tablets so that they can get on the internet. So we don't want to offer a duplication of what many in the private sector are already doing. Thank you.
If I could, we have 2 hours before our regular meeting. We still have an exec meeting. We still have to finish all this, so we shorten this conversation up. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
Mayor, thank you. So I think what the council member is asking, and I'm part of the ad hoc committee with the schools, is really a small fraction of an ask compared to some of the cities that are doing exactly what the council member asked. City of Phoenix has put forth $5 million to gap the digital divide between students who are at a disadvantage. City of Mesa put federal CARES Act money, $7 million towards a program. We're asking for $100,000. That's an insignificant amount that'll help some children. I get it. We're not going to be able to help every single child in the college and within the high school and elementary school district. I too met online with the superintendent from the Glendale Elementary School District and Glendale Union High School District. And I don't know where this information is coming from, but I was told is there is a significant gap. And Councilmember, I believe you and I trust you, but the man is right in my view here with the other superintendent. Superintendent Sagata Jones mentioned that they were awarded $1.9 million for CARES Act funding, and they used all of the 1.9 for devices, and there's still not enough for the children. And so I think we are the big brother of this community, and our schools need help, and $100,000 is very insignificant to ask to help our local school children. And I don't know how we're going to, if we do this, hand out those dollars over the internet. But surely $100,000, guys, is not a lot compared to some of these cities who put out $5 million and $7 million. And there's other school districts or other cities that are doing it. I think it's a great opportunity. I think it's a great act for us to lead in this city. And so I would ask for us to support the $100,000 and maybe have a further discussion on it.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
So I'm going to ask again, do we have a consensus for the 2 questions that they asked us to approve already?
Yes.
Okay, so you have both questions 1 and 2.
Thank you. And I'll turn the presentation over to Ms. Camacho and Mr. Friedland.
I cannot hear what you're saying.
Sorry, I said thank you, and I'll turn the rest of the presentation over to Mr. Phelps and Ms. Camacho and Mr. Friedland.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll go to, this is now slide 33, which is in front of you here. What we want to now show you is we're going to be asking for some consensus at a number of different points. So based on the information that Lisette was able to provide you earlier in the presentation, we believe that our current fund balance is $77.597 million. And then, as you know, you have a policy of $50 million. So we're going to ask for 3 recommendations on this slide. As Lisette mentioned, while we're doing well in our sales tax collection, there are certain areas that still are under stress, and we don't believe that we're necessarily out of the woods entirely. And so we think good, prudent financial policy would be to take $5 million and to set it aside as what we're really referring to as TPT revenue stabilization. This will allow things like our food and beverage, allow our hotel revenues to catch up so that we still know we'll be on track ending the fiscal year with at least a minimum of $50 million fund balance. The second is similar for HERF. We know that HERF, due to the situations that was explained earlier, the fund is not 100% where we had projected, and so we're recommending that we put $2 million into a HERF stabilization fund. The final item there then that we're asking for consensus would be to, we know we've got a number of mega events coming, the Super Bowl coming in '23. We're asking go ahead and to put $1 million of our excess fund balance as a set aside so that we can start addressing the various costs that will be associated with the Super Bowl. And so, Mr. Mayor, the first, what we're looking for here would be a consensus from the council as to whether they agree with setting aside of the amount that's there, setting aside $8 million into those three funds.
And Mr. Phelps, I have no problem with the first two. The third one, the mega events, if I'm not mistaken, last Super Bowl we were 2.5 years out when the city actually had to start getting engaged in the Super Bowl. So we were spending money for, if I'm not mistaken, 2.5 years before the Super Bowl actually got here. I actually think that's a really good idea, not knowing what's going to happen in the future, in the short future anyway. I certainly have no problem with this at all.
No problem. I support it.
Okay, you have consensus on that.
Okay, then based on those, we're going to walk through a number of recommendations. And so we're going to try to kind of keep you, kind of where we're at. I'd like to talk just real quickly about the philosophy that we're recommending to the council as in terms of what to do with the fund balance over and above the 50 million. And what we're going to run you through is a series of recommendations from our team to the council on our capital improvement program. We think that one of the best ways that that the council can expend the excess fund balance is in our capital improvement plan. And we think there are two benefits for doing that. First and foremost is that our citizens will be able to benefit from the improvements that we're making. We're going to talk about primarily our streets and roads and our parks. And those are all areas that we've recognized, the council has recognized publicly the need to make significant capital improvements on. And so we believe the first benefit is that we'll be able to accelerate work on and repair and improvements to our parks and to our streets rather than waiting into out years. But probably the biggest benefit of doing that is the fact that at least 95% of the money that we're going to recommend to be expended will be done back through the private sector, which means we will contract with the private sector to perform those capital improvements. The private sector then they'll be then spending money to buy materials and supplies and resources. They will be hiring people, putting them on the payroll, and paying them a salary to perform their work. So we think we get the benefit of those dollars will recirculate back into our local economy. It'll be people getting a paycheck from their contractor or their boss that can go and support restaurants and retailers in other areas. So our policy recommendation is to focus on the capital improvement plan. By setting aside the $8 million and reserving the $50 million that you've stated as your goal, we believe now that there is roughly 19 million, 5 would be kind of, I'm going to say, in play or available for consideration. So if we can go to the, so again, if we have consensus there, Mayor, then we're going to walk you through some other recommendations.
And you did. It's page 36, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
The second area, I'm going to let Jack Friedline walk through here, but we're recommending that we set aside, or not set aside, but we make available $5 million of this in the current budget for our pavement management program. Now, this is different than the HERF money we put in. The HERF $2 million stabilization was to keep the HERF fund stable regardless of what happens with the economy here over the next year and a half. The $5 million will actually be able to go into our program. So Mr. Friedline will walk you through what we think we can do with that $5 million.
Thank you, Mr. Phelps. And Council, I'll review this slide and the next slide. This specifically really fast tracks our pavement management program. This is very close to about 45% of the funding that is allocated for this year and then in the coming years. So basically, we're going to add another approximate 50 miles on to give or take about 115 miles of street miles that we were expected to do. That's very easy for us to do with the contractors that we have. It'll also increase the amounts that the contractors will be putting out on the street, and it ought to also decrease the unit pricing such that we can get a better deal.
Mr. Friedland, and basically this would be spread out through the entire city. It's not in one district over another. pretty much spread out across this?
Mayor, City Council, it is very much spread out, actually.
Very good.
And Mayor, one follow-up question. We do have the capacity in terms of personnel, because I remember when we doubled it the last time, we ran into a snafu that presented problems. So there is the capacity to manage with these extra dollars, is there not?
Mayor, Councilmember Clark, City Council, absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, did you need a consensus on that portion?
Yes, I think we do.
Okay, we have consensus on that?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
The next slide introduces the beginning of a lot of the capital projects that we would like to recommend to you. And before we do that, we're continuing to create a remaining fund balance with reference to the unassigned fund balance that we showed you earlier. There are going to be a lot of projects in the next 10 slides that we haven't definitively scoped. Secondly, as we begin to scope and program these projects, there'll certainly be probably add-ons, if you will, things that we find out as we're looking into this. So we propose that we would create a $1.459 million contingency that allows us the latitude, when we look at each and every project, to be able to do some add-ons or cover some unexpected issues that were unforeseen. So we'd like to have a consensus on that also.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
Mayor, the next project, now we're going to get down to kind of more specific projects, is we're making a recommendation to the council that we include an additional $5 million into our capital improvement budget for this year, so we can immediately begin working on the 3 of our community centers, that being Rose Lane, Glendale, and O'Neill. These are facilities that are really important in our community due to the variety of financial constraints that the city has had over the past 5 to 10 years. We've not been able to really maintain and keep those up, I think, at the level that we should. And so this budget really allows us to go in and to give each of these facilities a much longer useful lifespan. And what we're anticipating is that we would be looking at everything from our roofs, our HVAC, flooring, electrical, plumbing. It'll be a little bit different for each of the 3 centers. But we're looking at landscaping, exterior lighting, get consistent signage that brands this as part of the city of Glendale. We just think this is the time to do it. Our centers are somewhat closed down now because of the COVID pandemic. It's a great time to move into the work in these areas. The $5 million, we think, will really make a significant difference. And from a staff level, this came in as really our highest priority from a staff perspective that we think is needed. And so we are looking to see whether there's concurrence with the council that we would invest an additional $5 million into the capital plan for Rose Lane, Glendale, and O'Neill Community Centers.
Mr. Phelps, question for you. All these were scheduled to be opening the early part of January. Is this going to delay that opening, or because a lot of these things don't require you to be closed?
Mayor, members of the council, I think it'd be premature for us to be able to really look at the schedule in detail. Obviously, what we would try to do is to renovate these facilities in a way that was as least disruptive to the programming that's there. But that'll be one of the things we'll have to jump into really quickly, identify the scope for each of the 3, and then start talking with how we're going to begin working on that. My guess is that, it could carry over, obviously, into the next budget year, but we can at least get the contracts going and identify the scope.
Right, yeah. Is there support for this?
I just have a question, Mayor, if I could. The increased public Wi-Fi bandwidth, is the intention for that to be just inside the facility or the surrounding area, or what was the intention there with the increased bandwidth for Wi-Fi?
Mayor, members of the council, Councilman Untitled Chapter, thank you for bringing that up. No, we're going to be making a recommendation for our facilities, especially those that are used by the public. We need to be able to greatly increase both the speed and bandwidth of those facilities. Community centers, more and more, our after-school programs are reliant on connectivity. We have to move away from, and I'll use the Foothills Aquatic Center as an example, is that we kind of had a household Wi-Fi system set up, and that might have worked for the first couple years, but with the demand of devices and the programming requirements, we want to take in a number of our facilities and really put in a safe, secure, public Wi-Fi that has the bandwidth that we can really do robust after-school programs, mentoring programs, et cetera. And so I appreciate you bringing that up. Yeah, that's a big part of all of these facilities, is bringing them technology-wise up to how we envision the programming we'll be able to utilize going forward.
I'm happy to hear that. Thank you.
Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. One of these centers is in Councilmember Hughes, so I can't speak to his members of the community, but Mayor, you have a good point, but I think that if the community knew that city was gonna invest $5 million into centers, I think they would be okay with keeping them closed until that investment was put into the buildings and then reopened. As a representative, I think that would be okay. Councilmember Hughes, I would have to answer that.
Sure, and my point, there's a lot of this stuff wouldn't even require being closed.
That too,
So I was just curious if initially, if we have any idea as far as the dates are gonna change. I guess you can give us that information later. So we have consensus on this?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, first of all, on behalf of the staff, thank you. We think this is an exciting thing for us to start moving into. Mr. Friedline is going to now talk about the next two proposed recommendations. Mr. Friedline?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you again, Mayor and Council. Just as a point of reference, as we make these capital improvements, we'll be working hand in hand with our Parks and Recs people with reference to how they continue to operate and how we try to develop the improvements in the facilities. This next slide addresses Saguaro Ranch Park. Three major elements that we think are really important is the replacement of the park lighting. There's well over 600 light poles there that are old, falling apart, and the underground wiring is long overdue for replacement or consideration for solar. So we're going to take a look at both of those and make the best.
But your lighting would be LED no matter what?
Mayor, yeah, absolutely, it'll be LED, yes. Also, I think we've had discussions about the ramadas before. These aren't typical ramadas. These are superstructures that have very historical significance, and we like to address those structurally. It's an issue right now, and not only is it a ramada, but it has electrical, plumbing, and some beautiful historic tables too that need to be rebuilt. So that would be another. There's 4 historical buildings there. One is the fruit packing shed. We have the foreman's house, and we have what they call the main house, and I think there's a guest house. All of those, for the most part, had some I'll call them window air conditioning systems that were put in. What we'd like to do is replace those with modern, efficient HVAC systems that take nothing away from the historical significance of the building.
Question on that also. And I'm not opposed to any of these, I'm just trying to clarify. Those buildings you just mentioned, are they not on a separate budget as far as the historical portion of it? Would that fall under Saguaro Ranch Park or the historical part? Anybody know?
Michelle.
Michelle does.
Mayor, members of the council, as part of the operating agreement, the city is still responsible for all capital improvements to those buildings.
Okay.
So any replacement
of
those
we're both
units.
correct.
For both.
Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, I don't know why anybody would oppose any of these. They certainly are needed. So one other question for you on the lighting. If you did the lighting, do we have the opportunity to get any sort of rebate on that, like we did on our streetlights?
Mayor, City Council, I'm not sure of that, but we'll certainly review it to ensure that if there is any opportunities, we'll take advantage of it.
Great, great. All right, we have consensus on this one?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Our next slide addresses Foothills Recreation and Aquatics upgrades. We partnered with Director Jim Burke and our Director Michelle Wojtenko to put together an upgrade program with a lot of the interior of the building with reference. A good example is a folding wall replacement, skylight replacement, and then a large part with reference to upgrading the aquatics part of FRAC. That includes a lot of the aged pumps and filters and things of that nature. And also a pretty big slice of those dollars is to do a major upgrade of the parking lot maintenance that hasn't been attended to in quite a while. So that's about $1.9 million that we're looking for.
And I've been told that skylight leaked from the day they put it in. That's what I've been told, so. It'd be nice to stop that. Consensus on this one?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, very good.
Mayor, members of the council, the next item is, some of you may recall, if you jog your memory, that Councilmember Clark has a project for Heroes Park that involves a lake. I know you probably had forgotten about that, but I say that somewhat jokingly. As you know, this has been a big project that has been in our CIP. What we're recommending is putting $1.25 million, and it's really going to do two things. It'll allow us to accelerate and begin construction. We've already gone through the engineering and design. We've been well underway with our team doing that. This allows us, we believe, to start construction sometime in late March, early April. But also, when we designed the lake, you know, because of our constraints on our budget, we really weren't able to put, in my mind, a lot of the kind of the public-friendly amenities around the lake that really should have been there. And so part of the $1.25 million allows us to put in more sod, grass areas, more shade structures, add more money to the landscaping plan. We want to be able to put 2 or 3 piers out for fishing piers. And so we're looking at how we can do that. Instead of maybe just doing water aeration to keep the lake healthy, we may do some type of a moderate water feature that can kind of highlight this as a park. And so again, this is something that we were, in looking at it, and as I learned more about the budget, we probably were a little bit too thin on the budget. I think this allows us to add in extra amenities. And really, when we build this lake, I think it'll be a great statement to the community, and it'll be something that will attract people from throughout the city. So we are recommending $1.25 million to go into the Heroes Park Lake project.
Consensus?
Yes.
Yes, very good.
Mayor, Council, the next slide addresses what we think is a pretty important safety issue with reference to the adult center in the front entryway. It's a lot of the entryway is glazed windows. The distortion, there's a distortion with reference to the frames of those windows over time. Probably had to do with the different expansion coefficient between the framework and the windows. In any event, over the years, we're concerned over how it's warped and bowed, and we'd like to allocate $250,000 to that to replace that and ensure that we have the right expansion joints with reference to that whole system so it stays and it lasts for a very long time.
Consensus?
Yes.
There you go.
Mayor, members of the council, the next item is is Rose Lane. And if you recall, we had some major leaks that we've had to repair this year, in the last calendar year, because we had significant water draining out of the pool. We've been able to, with our contractor, come in and stabilize that and to make the repairs. But the reality of it is that the pool needs, the 3 pools that are there, they're far past their timeline for being replastered. Like with the Foothills Aquatic Center, it's time to replace our chlorine system and our filter systems. For anybody who owns a pool, you know these things don't last forever. And so we really think that to only go halfway there and to kind of plug the leak and not maybe take it to the next step and go ahead while we have the opportunity and replace the filtration and chlorine systems, and there's some painting and some other things. There's a water feature that hasn't worked for some time. Again, when we piggyback that with the improvements to the Rose Lane Community Center, again, I think we'll be able to do some ribbon cutting here in the next year, really messaging to our community that they've got that they need to, if they haven't been there for a while, they should come, and they're going to see a greatly improved park. And so we estimate that to be $450,000, and we just believe that would be a good project and timely with the pool being closed to be able to start addressing.
And so before I ask for a consensus on that, on this particular one, one of the things that I know is a fairly large problem is the fencing surrounding it. The only thing seems like it's holding the fence up right now is the rust. It's in pretty bad shape. I don't know if that was included in your capital project, replacing some of that fencing.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Yes, it is included.
Fantastic. Okay, consensus. All right, very good. Thank you.
Mayor, Council, the next slide addresses park restroom replacements. In discussing the infrastructure needs in our parks, one of the biggest issues we have is restroom maintenance and upkeep. Jim Burke is a starter for, if nothing else, to begin to replace our restrooms with more modern modular units. So we'd like to start with 3 of those. The estimate is around $400,000 per each, which includes installation and any demolition that would need to be done. So we would like to start with three units, about $1.2 million.
Mayor, members of council, if I can maybe add on, this is, for us, is kind of a little bit of a shift in philosophies on restrooms. It'll give us an opportunity to see how well it works. As you know, we've had kind of a communal approach to our public park restrooms, where you have men's on one side, women's on the other. But in doing that, you also then have, people, there's a privacy issue. You're oftentimes, having children go in when there could be adults or other people that aren't known to them. And so this really creates a 4-unit restroom facility that is unisex, can be used by anybody that's there, provides the privacy. And so, again, I think our past practice has been to go in. We're looking at these as being at Bonsall, O'Neill, and Paseo Thunderbird, that we'd go in and just try to freshen up the restroom. But the reality is all 3 of those restrooms are in dire need of really being leveled and starting from scratch. We think this is a great opportunity to see how this works. A lot of other park systems across the country have done these kinds of modular approaches. And so our recommendation would be to fund these. We'll get them put in place. New water lines, new sewer lines, new foundations. We can move them to a different location based on the park's master planning that's taking place, and then give us a chance to see how they work operationally. And then it may be something that we move forward in the future, or maybe we learn some lessons and we go a different direction, but that is our recommendation.
Mayor?
Good.
I have a question. So is the intention to demo the existing restrooms in these parks, or I'm not sure, did these parks not have restrooms, or because Mr. Friedline said something about demoing, so.
Yeah, Mayor, members of the council. So again, what I would say is that in the case of Bonza O'Neill and the Thunderbird Paseo, they all have restroom facilities there now, but they may not stay there. So we're doing, we're doing the park master planning, and so this would give us the ability either to and we probably would level and just go to one restroom. Although I don't know if that decision's been made 100%. Maybe I'll invite Jim to come up. But I think the thought being is we'll look at what's the best place to site the restrooms, knowing how we're going to reprogram these parks going forward.
Mayor, members of council, yes, that's correct, Mr. Phelps. The Bonsall South is a classic example because the utility run for that is about 600 feet according to our evaluation, and it's a very flat sewer line. So Michelle's group's recommending that we modify that, and we think perhaps a different location of the park would help with some of the other issues that are happening in the park. So we're going to visit where we put it in that park.
So, Mayor, if I could, so the intention would be for the time being to just close down the existing restrooms and move to these, and then deal with the existing restrooms later, or?
Well, Mayor and members of council, no, we would go into them as a project and then demo with them and build a new one.
And those costs are included then?
Yes, they are, thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Mayor, thank you. Mr. Burke, just for clarification, these restrooms would be fully plumbed. They're not temporary restrooms per se or glorified porta-johns. These are fully plumbed, individual stalls, ADA accessible, all of that, right?
Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Attorney, yes, they are.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we have consensus?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Mayor, members of the council, I've got this slide. This is safety cameras for those facilities in the city that are not yet connected into the real-time crime center. As you know, the real-time crime center provides an opportunity for the police department to monitor with almost 24/7 accuracy the facilities within our city. We currently use traffic cameras to monitor our roadways and those businesses that are on the arterials. And then we have some business partners and some partners in residential areas where we're able to do some 24/7 monitoring in those areas as well. However, not many of our city facilities have the camera systems that are connected into the real-time crime center as they should be. And so this $250,000 gets all 4 of our libraries, it gets our skate park, it gets the city court, the police facility, our city hall, all connected in the real-time crime center. And then my hope would be that within the budget that you've approved so far for other parks, for other facilities like the Foothills Recreation and Aquatic Center, for less than 0.5% of what you've allocated, we could easily build a camera system, integrate that into the real-time crime center, and this amount of money would enable us to do that.
Mayor?
Yes.
With the money available, I would hope that in our newly approved restrooms, you could stick some cameras too.
On the outside of the restrooms?
Yeah, probably not.
Mayor, members of the council, yes.
Wherever they're most appropriate, but we do tend to have a lot of criminal activity in
I'll
certain
need to speak to you
restrooms.
after the meeting, council member.
Okay, consensus?
Yes.
Okay, we have consensus on that.
And Mayor, the final item we have will be presented by Mr. Friedline.
Mayor and City Council, the last item is, deals with Murphy Park and what we call City Hall campus. I don't know if you've noticed it, if you've been around downtown, but we just upgraded and painted our pedestrian streetlight poles, and they look great. And what it does, it shows the lack of attention to some of the metalwork throughout. And what we'd like to at least spend estimated $60,000 to take some of the poles, the bollards that are down Glendale Avenue, perhaps swipe at our metal clock, our clock at the corner of Murphy Park. And we have a gateway, I think it's at 57th Avenue, just to touch it up and get as much done as possible with $60,000.
I noticed this morning that the clock's not working, so I hope that you'll wind it up again.
Change the battery.
Okay, do we have consensus on that?
Yes.
All right, and then if
So then, Mayor, what we have, with those approvals, and again, thank you to the council on behalf of the staff for the support of these projects. We're excited about moving forward. It'll be a lot of work for the team, but we'll be off and running first thing tomorrow morning. But with that, still maintaining your $50 million fund balance, there's roughly about $400,000 to $378,000 to be exact that's been unallocated. And so you can leave it in fund balance. You can identify additional projects either today or later that you want to do. But that's kind of what we're envisioning, is having a discussion about what you would want to do with that remaining $378,000.
All right, Mr. Phelps, and then there's two things that I'd like to quickly talk about. One of them is this council has already approved. I think they're called cafe lights for a couple blocks in downtown Glendale. If there's a way that maybe we could expedite that with some of this money, I know that we've already allocated the money for it, but if there's a way that we could sort of make it happen quicker, I think that would be just absolute benefit to the city, and we're not really spending any more money. On the other part of it, at the adult center, we have that second floor that has an elevator that basically takes you up to a very large cavernous area that's not finished. And I would like the council to support me that we spend some money, find out what it would take to get that operational, because if we ever do decide to start remodeling City Hall, we're going to need spaces temporarily to move the different floors. And once that's done, that gives us a whole new opportunity to where we could maybe put other offices as the city grows, possibly use it for the adult center, or even rent it out to local businesses. So that would be my request, is not to remodel the upstairs, but at least to take a portion of that $378,000 and use it so we can at least find out what the cost would be to remodel the upstairs of the adult center.
So Mayor, let me address the first one first. The cafe lighting, we are fully funded through CDBG, and so I believe that we can actually move forward without necessarily needing additional dollars on that. Perfect. So we are going forward. With regards to your second one, would be just we need to just work on what the right scope of work would need to be, and some costs with that. We're not 100% prepared right now. You could certainly put an amount not to exceed if you wanted to move forward with it, or we can get back to you at a later time with what we think would be an appropriate budget, to do.
And I don't even know what the request would be. If we could set aside $200,000 to get that, and if we find out it's less, then obviously drop it. If it's more, then come back to the council for that approval.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to, in my one-on-one, last one-on-one with the city manager, we were discussing, the disposition of these funds, and we had a pretty robust discussion about my feelings on something that I think we should do, is a new position, a new person, a business support services program manager. I think some of this money should go to support our business community. And so Mr. Phelps was good enough to go and speak with the economic development staff, and they've actually come up with a job description. And I'd just like to highlight a few things in here where I think this would be really important to the business community. They would plan and organize and develop opportunities, including connecting businesses with existing resources. There's a lot of resources out there to help our businesses that are struggling right now, but they don't have anybody to go to direct them to it. They would seek engagement and outreach opportunities to connect business with resources. And this is really important to me. Communicate information to attract new businesses to available space. I think we're all experiencing new vacancies in our district with businesses that are no longer there. And provide recommendations to city. It's a much longer job description. I'm not going to go all the way through it. But provide recommendations to existing city businesses needing assistances with city processes, ordinances, and regulations. Also, it'd be a sort of an ombudsman in the economic development department, and they could certainly use another body in economic development too. But to have a point person there that's a business support service program manager who's versed in supporting businesses and will be able to hopefully maybe keep an inventory, keep at least a pulse on vacant spaces and try to direct relocations into those. I think it would be a big value to not just the business community, but to the city and our economic development department. And that would be to fund the program through the end of the fiscal year, and then it would be part of next year's budget. So the dollar amount, I know they've got a salary range on here, but Mr. Phelps, do you know the dollar amount that would take to fund that through the end of the fiscal year?
Mayor, members of the council, there's kind of a couple components. There is going to be the actual salaries and benefits, and then we need to do a little bit of facilities work to create an office space. The good thing is that we've just recently expanded to allow our arts department, if you recall, is now part of econ development. So we're thinking that a good number to be for the year, including our one-time cost and our salary benefits, would be approximately $100,000.
Okay, so let me repose my question. $278,169 not to exceed for the upstairs of the adult center, and the remaining $100,000 for this new liaison for business development.
Mayor,
Yes.
I think those are both great ideas, but I'm not prepared to run with either one of them right at this minute. This is the first time I'm hearing about both of them. I would like to think about them, and if you come back in 2 weeks at our next workshop, I think you'll probably gain support, but I'm not going to support either one this afternoon.
All right, and I have talked about the adult center over the last 8 years about 3 different times because it just, we never had the money to do it. And now as we start growing, we're gonna need that upstairs more
I
and more.
understand, Mayor, but it's just been broached
Understand.
today, and I'm just not prepared to move.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. What would that $200,000 go for specifically in the center? Is it just for design? No
It's only to
renovations?
figure out what it's gonna cost, what we'd have to do to make it where we could start doing these other things. And it wouldn't be lost. We still have the preliminary planning that has to be done. That's what it would basically be. Tell us what it's gonna cost to actually do it then.
Yeah,
And not to exceed it is what I'm saying. It, you know.
Right, so it could even be less than. I think this is the time that we use those additional dollars for a space like that that's been vacant for years, I mean, from the inception. I think if we create a great idea, then we could, it'll be a budget implication the following year, but I think it'd probably be less than 200,000. I could be supportive of that. I think the position is a great idea. I'd like to learn more about it. If that means setting aside those dollars now and not putting them anywhere else until we study it, I could support that too.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
Would it be, maybe probably, would everybody like, and they literally, this has been a very short conversation. We haven't had time, and obviously because this can only be presented as something we're going to be voting on, I can only present this to you all in an open meeting. So my apologies for springing this on you, but there's no other legal way for me to do this. So, but I think we could probably share the job description, maybe speak to Mr. Phelps or the economic development staff folks on how they thought this would actually benefit the business community. I see a lot of benefit personally in this, and I was pretty headstrong about thinking that this was an important thing for us to provide. I think it kind of fits into also with the business subcommittee, having literally a point person in the city who is available to help people who may be struggling and looking for some sort of assistance
Mayor.
that's out there.
You done?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Mr.
I'm not
Turner,
opposed to either idea.
Joyce, Mr. Turner's next.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, council member. Thank you, Mayor. I think both are very interesting. I'm not sure how we figure out how we're going to design and finish out a space without knowing what it is we want to do with the space, where we're going with it. As far as the business person proposal, I know we have talked in the past, and I've always have supported the concept of an ombudsman, and if this can help fill that. My concern about it is that we're taking one-time money and creating an ongoing position, so we have to be concerned about future budget years, unless this is just designed to be a one-year temp type position that we don't continue. But I do think that we would look at something farther with that. The mayor had brought up something earlier that fits in with some of my thinking, and he had mentioned the fencing at Rose Lane Park and the need there. But I think that's in all of our parks around the city, that we have fencing that needs simply to be painted, repaired, and brought up visually. I noticed I had driven past the skate park up at Foothills recently and noticed that how nice it looked with the fresh paint job that it's had recently. And I appreciate what the council's agreed to do for Saguaro Ranch Park. That's very significant, but also the great big entryway into Saguaro Ranch Park needs painting badly, and if we don't keep things painted, then they're going to rust and deteriorate. So I would like to suggest that we take a good hard look at our painting needs throughout the city, particularly in our parks and that sort of thing, and see if we can't do that. I think paint goes a long way. A little bit of money on paint goes a long way. As they say, it covers a multitude of sins, but it also protects and from rust and deterioration. So I'd like us to see about putting some money towards that. Thank you.
Phelps.
Mayor, members of the council, let me provide you some information that might be helpful during your deliberation. First, with regards to the adult center, I think what we could do is come back at the next workshop and provide a more narrower scope. I think to address Councilmember Turner was much along the questioning that I initially had, is probably the most likely best use initially would be to provide us, if we do a major renovation, which the council's been talking about, doing with City Hall, that would give us the kind of space that we could move an entire floor for while we worked on one floor. That'll be a fairly easy design. We'd probably do some programming, how many fixed offices would you need, and then probably just create a lot of open space that could be cubicles easily reconfigured. But we could come back in relatively short order, I think, with a scope of work that's a little bit more narrowed in. With regards to the econ development position, let me start by saying first, when Councilmember Tomachoff and I had the discussion, she will probably attest, I pushed back quite a bit. One, as was mentioned by Councilmember Turner, my thought is use one-time money for one-time projects, use ongoing money for ongoing projects. And I wasn't sure, to be honest, whether our econ development department could see value in adding another person. They're very thrifty in our econ development. They're very hardworking. I've pushed them since the day I've been here about, do you have enough resources to do this? But I told Councilmember Tomachoff that I would reach out to our director and assistant director, Jesse Peterson, and I will tell you just the exact opposite. They said this was a position that they were going to be coming during the next budget year with a need to be able to fill this position. And so they believe it will provide tremendous benefit, and we can get the benefit of it now, especially with really the business assistant side of it. So to be honest, I was surprised by their excitement level for it, and they quickly put together a scope of work because they'd already been working on it, getting prepared for the budget year. So the last thing I'll say is that that some of these things we still have a little bit of time to come back and to get consensus on. In terms of the scope, but we can certainly do that here in very short order, so you wouldn't necessarily have to make a decision today on this. But just remember, Councilmember Turner, you mentioned all the fences. Every project that we've recommended to the council thus far, we're already kind of have an idea where the need is at, because we knew that if the council said yes, we needed to start yesterday on making these things happen. So remember, in about 100 days, we'll be sitting down with the council to talk about our capital improvement plan for the FY 21-22 budget. That's not very far down the road. And so if we can't get it here, what we've just done is freed up a tremendous amount of capacity that was budgeted for our next 2 years in our capital improvement plan, and we've taken that off, which means we can accelerate other plans coming on board. So I would just remind you that even though we may not be able to get everything done today, we're going to be having a great conversation, we think, in less than 4 months to talk about how we can continue this priority of capital improvement.
Mayor, I never expressed opposition to either concept that was offered. I just want more time to think about it. And I don't think it's unreasonable to ask that it come forward in 2 weeks.
Yeah, so do we have a consensus to put it off for 2 weeks? Yeah, there you go.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, next steps.
Next steps, we'll have, you'll be seeing budget transfers to move appropriation to the projects that council had consensus on. And we will continue to monitor the performance of the major funds. We will have our 5-year forecast in December, and we'll continue to do the monthly revenue and expenditure reports. That concludes our presentation.
All right, very good. Thank you. Been a long day. Okay, city manager report.
I'll be brief, but I have 3 quick items I want to update the council on. This week, on Monday, we kicked off for the first time our Glendale Employee Gratitude Week. And this is something our team has put a lot of effort in over the last 4 months, getting ready to this 1 week. And so we're real excited about it. It's our way for our management and leadership to show appreciation to our almost 2,000 employees that we have here. And so we've got a number of things that are taking place. For example, we have different contests going on. We have a message wall where people can kind of post to kind of accolades for people they work with. We have a series of videos that we're sending out from individuals. But really the continual message is for us to say that how much we appreciate and how grateful we are for our employees. We do have a great team of employees. We just came out of a pandemic, And there was not a critical service that we provide, and we provide a lot of them, as you know. We did not miss a beat, and our employees stepped up in a very big way to do that. We felt stepping up and showing our gratitude. Gratitude is a little bit different than thankfulness, because gratitude is really more of a mindset, and it's a heart that you have for your employees. So we're real excited about it, and if you want more details, each day they're getting something different. So we've used some of our budget that I have through the council contract to buy things like branded water bottles and things for our employees. And so each day they're going to get something different from through their director and through their manager to reinforce about how grateful we are for the work that they do each and every day. And I think they truly do live out our mission statement in a very full way. Regarding our fire academy, we will be graduating on Friday in a COVID-friendly ceremony. 15 Glendale firefighters that'll be coming out of there. I note this: we have academies all the time, but within those 15 people, also we will have the firefighters that will represent our first medical response unit that the council funded in the current budget. So we're excited about that. And so they've been in training, and so we're well on our way to implementing a medical response unit that was a council priority in the prior budget, or in this current budget. Also then, good news financially. Again, our water and sewer ratings have been updated from here, and we just received word that Standard & Poor's Global, which is their new name, has upheld our AA rating for our senior lien. And they've also assigned a AA rating to our subordinate lien funds. And we're expecting a similar, even though they use different numbers, a similar style of rating from Fitch, which will be happening, we think, later this week. And I want to just remind you that we approved the refunding back in May, the council did. But what we told them, we would hold off until we were able to see that the market has stabilized. And we believe this rating now will kick off that process to go through the refunding. We believe the conditions are right. So Vicki and her team have been working with our consultants and our financial experts to move that forward. And with that, that does conclude my report.
Thank you. City Attorney's report?
No report tonight, thank you.
Council item special interest. Each council member has the opportunity to indicate topics they'd like to have discussed by this council at a future workshop. Mr. Aldama.
None, Mayor, just a comment. I want to thank our city manager and our staff for bringing to fruition your observations of the needs of our parks and other buildings and items you brought forth today. Thank you very much. Very thoughtful projects, and I feel like they hit every district to some degree. Very, very good work. My hat's off to you. Commend you all. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Clark.
Yes, Mayor. I would like to offer council item of special interest and ask staff to look at the creation of an ordinance directly related to special event parking. I'm looking at the creation of portable no-event parking signs that can be utilized throughout the city when we have major events and there is parking pressure put on adjacent residential streets and neighborhoods. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Hugh.
I'd like to add on to what Councilmember Clark said, and also, like Jamie, I'm very pleased with the hard work the staff has put into and come up with some great ideas for our parks. Thank you.
Councilmember Tomachoff.
Nothing today, Mayor.
Councilmember Turner.
Just to echo the thoughts of other council members, great workshop today, very exciting. Appreciate staff's work and really hit the nails, all of them, right on the head, I think, and I'm excited about what we're going to be able to do with this windfall. And other than that, nothing. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
Nothing additional, Mayor.
Okay, and being I'm really hungry, I'm not going to do anything. So, can I get a motion to go into executive session?
Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Clark, second from Councilmember Tomachoff to go into executive session. Any discussion on a motion? Hearing none. All in favor, vote aye.
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 Any opposed, vote nay. Appears the ayes have it. Do have it. We are recessed for executive session.